As the two women and three male cultivators who followed closely entered a nearby shop, Han Li and Kun's figures emerged from another room. Glancing at the shop where the two women entered, Han Li showed a pensive look. After watching for a while, he led Kun to walk towards other streets. At first glance, the streets here looked no different from the mundane shops outside. Rows of houses of almost the same size lined both sides of the street, and the plaques and flags hanging outside the shops respectively bore names like Wu Family General Store, Chen's Magic Tools Shop, Five Elements Refinery, Hoyang Raw Materials, and various other names. Han Li didn't enter these shops, but instead walked straight towards the center of Tiandu Street. According to Han Li's past experience, powerful large shops would definitely be located in the best locations, which should be below the Yunmeng Pavilion. Han Li also wanted to get closer to see what was unique about this floating pavilion. With this in mind, Han Li couldn't help but quicken his pace slightly. At this moment, there were many cultivators coming and going on the street, entering and exiting various shops, making the entire Tiandu Street seem bustling with cultivators. After walking a few hundred feet, Han Li knew he had found the right place. Because suddenly, a few acres of small square appeared brightly in front of him. The square was paved with pure white rectangular jade pieces, appearing extremely exquisite and magnificent. In the middle of the square, there was nothing but the Yunmeng Pavilion floating in midair. However, at this moment, the pavilion's gates were tightly closed, showing no intention of welcoming anyone inside. Around this not-so-large square, there were 6 differently styled small pavilions standing tall, equidistant from each other, giving off a faintly confrontational vibe. Apart from these 6 shops, no other shops dared to intrude into this square. Seeing this situation, Han Li carefully stared at the floating pavilion for a while, then shifted his gaze to the 6 pavilions on the ground. Shanghai Pavilion, White Water Tower, Jade Ring Residence. Han Li murmured the names of these 6 shops to himself, while continuously observing the situation of the nearby cultivators entering and exiting these 6 shops, trying to choose the most popular one to enter. But after a while, Han Li frowned and couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. It turned out that the number of people entering and exiting the 6 pavilions was almost the same, and most of them circled around all 6 pavilions before reluctantly leaving or leaving excitedly. Feeling annoyed, Han Li couldn't help but carefully observe the 6 pavilions again. It was only then that he discovered the strangeness among them. The flags hanging outside the 6 pavilions each had a unique emblem embroidered on them. The flag of Shanghai Pavilion was embroidered with a blue monster, while the White Water Tower had a golden small sword, and the Jade Ring Residence had a green lingjai. Seeing this, Han Li vaguely felt that he might have made a mistake. To confirm whether his thoughts were correct, Han Li, after thinking for a moment, decided to walk towards the nearest White Water Tower. Naturally, Kun silently followed behind him. As soon as they entered the hall of the White Water Tower, they found it quite spacious. about 20 or 30 yards long and wide. Around the hall, there were rows of white jade shelves, on which various shiny colored magic tools were placed, numbering nearly 100. However, with just one glance, Han Li knew that even the best of these things were only upper-grade magic tools, which couldn't catch his eye at all. And in front of each shelf, there were 4 or 5 neatly dressed servants in green clothes, greeting 7 or 8 cultivators who were selecting and recommending some of the magic tools. But as soon as Han Li and Kun entered, a sharp-eyed, green-clothed servant immediately recognized Kun's foundation establishment cultivation, although he couldn't sense Kun's exact level. However, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over. After bowing deeply to Kun, this extremely clever servant asked, "Does the senior want any magic tools? I'm sure ordinary magic tools won't catch the senior's eye. How about the senior following me to the side hall, where the shopkeeper has just brought in some top-grade magic tools for the senior to see?" Hearing these ingenious words, Han Li smiled without saying a word, but Kun coldly said, "Lead the way. Let's have a look." Hearing Kun's tone, the servant became even more delighted. He led Han Li to the side hall of the main hall, and then excused himself to invite the shopkeeper. But as soon as he left, a beautiful maid in light green robes entered and served 2 cups of fragrant tea to Han Li and Kun, then silently retreated. Han Li didn't hesitate to pick up the teacup and took a sip. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a peculiar appearance and 3 long beards walked in. As soon as this person entered, he had a smile on his face, but as soon as he saw Kun's cultivation level, he couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately bowed to Kun and said, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist has reached the false core realm. Congratulations. I am the shopkeeper here, Cao Lu. I wish fellow Taoist success in reaching the nascent soul stage as soon as possible." He said these words with a solemn expression, which made Han Li startled. But with his mind spinning rapidly, he immediately understood that what the other party referred to as the false core realm should be the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, which made Kun stand up and say in response, "Fellow Taoist is joking. How could it be so easy to reach the nascent soul stage? However, I did come here this time to prepare for the breakthrough. But as I just arrived at Tiandu Street, I don't know where to buy snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid needed for the nascent soul formation. I hope fellow Taoist Cao can point me in the right direction." Kun spoke very politely, because the middle-aged man in front of him was also a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. That's easy. Our 6 connective pavilions work together. Let me contact our friend, Aoyang, from Jade Ring Residence. If he has these things, I'll have him send them over to you immediately." Cao Lu readily agreed to this and without hesitation took out a sound transmission talisman, whispered a few words, and turned it into a red light, sending it out of the room. Next, Cao Lu enthusiastically chatted with Kun and casually tried to inquire about Kun's background and sect. But how could Han Li reveal such information to a stranger he had just met for a moment? He simply manipulated Kun to vaguely say that they were cultivators who had just arrived at Quixing Island from outside. They happened to meet Han Li, his junior apprentice brother, and decided to temporarily stay on Quixing Island for a while. After hearing this, Cao Lu became even more smiling and enthusiastic, making Han Li feel a bit overwhelmed. Just as Han Li was secretly suspicious, wondering about the true intentions of the other party, a burly man in a light blue robe walked into the side hall. This person had a purplish-red complexion, a tall and burly figure, and an extremely imposing demeanor. Cao Taoist, why suddenly interested in snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid? Is someone going to form a nascent soul? The big man walked into the room and laughed heartily, but after taking a quick look at Han Li, he fixed his gaze on Kun. This person's deliberate questioning made Han Li furrow his brows inwardly. He knew that this person was probably not as straightforward as he appeared, but rather someone with deep scheming. With a slight chill in his heart, he became a little more cautious towards this person. Of course, on the surface, Han Li and Kun remained calm, even with a hint of smile. Let me introduce you. This is a newcomer to our Quixing Island, and this is his junior apprentice brother, Han, who has settled on Quixing Island. Has reached the false core realm, and he intends to form his nascent soul soon. Cao Lu pointed to Kun and Han Li, smilingly introduced. Haha, congratulations to Fellow. If Fellow can successfully form the nascent soul, our chaotic sea will gain another pillar. The big man grinned widely, equally enthusiastic. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, he slapped his own head as if embarrassed and said, I forgot Fellow must be anxious about the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid. But rest assured, I have brought both of these things. There's enough for 2 people to form their nascent souls. After saying this, the big man took out 2 jade boxes emitting a yellowish glow from his body and placed them on the table in front of Han Li. These 2 boxes, used to contain spiritual objects, are carved from deep-sea extreme jade of the earth attribute. They can be considered as treasures. But compared to the value of these 2 spiritual objects, of course, they are not on the same level. Although the big man's words seemed indifferent, Han Li could vaguely sense a trace of self-satisfaction. Only one box contained a transparent liquid resembling clear water. As soon as the lid was opened, a cold yin energy rushed towards Kun. The other box contained the opposite, a bright red liquid resembling fire, extremely hot. After observing carefully for a while, Kun was satisfied and calmly asked the big man, I wonder how many spirit stones Fellow needs to part with for these 2 items. Snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid were not as rare as millennium spiritual herbs, but they were still rare spiritual objects in the world, and they were essential items for increasing the success rate of forming nascent souls. Naturally, Han Li was determined to obtain them. We, the 6 connective pavilions, may not be among the 4 major commercial alliances, but we are also well-known businesses in the chaotic sea. Although these two spiritual objects are rare, they are not worth much to us. Friend can take them as a congratulatory gift from our 6 connective pavilions for your nascent soul formation. The burly man waved his hand nonchalantly and said. Upon hearing this, Han Li didn't ecstatically accept the offer, but instead furrowed his brow. Giving such precious gifts for free, Han Li doesn't believe there's such a good deal in the world. Even if Kun is just a false nascent soul stage cultivator in their eyes, these two shouldn't be so eager to please him. Could they have other intentions? With these thoughts in mind, Han Li became even more cautious. He instructed Kun to shake his head firmly and say seriously, "This won't do. Understands the principle of no reward without merit. These 2 items should be compensated accordingly. Still has enough spirit stones for this, or do you two have something else in mind?" After saying this, Kun revealed a faintly smiling expression. Seeing Kun's refusal of the offered benefits, both Cao Lu and the burly man were taken aback and couldn't help exchanging glances. After a brief eye contact, Cao Lu cleared his throat and said, "We have underestimated Friend. Since Friend is a discerning person, let me be frank. My companion and I indeed need Friend's assistance with a certain matter. These 2 spiritual objects are just an initial gesture from our 6 connective pavilions. If the matter is successful, our shop will have another generous gift to offer." This time, Cao Lu's words sounded sincere, while the burly man showed a hint of embarrassment. However, Han Li, listening in, inwardly sneered at their words and had Kun politely decline. "I'm sorry, but Kun is currently fully focused on the matter of forming the nascent soul and has no intention of getting involved in other affairs. I apologize, but perhaps you should seek help elsewhere." Kun seemed uninterested in hearing about other matters and shut down the conversation with his initial response. Upon hearing Kun's response, Cao Lu and the burly man didn't get angry. Instead, they laughed heartily one after another. Since Friend is so concerned about forming the nascent soul, then it's only right that he lends a hand in this matter. Because once the matter succeeds, the reward we offer from the 6 connective pavilions will be a descending dust pill. This pill greatly assists in forming the nascent soul and greatly increases the chances of success. The burly man chuckled and said, "Descending dust pill," Kun murmured in surprise. "Yes, we, the 6 connective pavilions, need 6 false nascent soul stage cultivators this time. We have already found 5, and now we are missing 1. It would be great if Friend could join us. In addition, each participating cultivator will receive a descending dust pill as a gift from our shop." Cao Lu put away his smile and said solemnly, "Descending dust pill might be well known in the chaotic sea, but to Han Li, who had just arrived at Quixing Island and gone into seclusion, he had no idea if this pill was as miraculous as they claimed." Therefore, Kun pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, "Could the 2 friends please specify what assistance I would be providing before I make a decision?" "Of course, it's nothing complicated. Our shop has discovered a 6th-level demon beast, and we wish to obtain its demon pill. So, we would like to ask for some outside help to eliminate this beast." Cao Lu chuckled lightly and casually explained. "A 6th-level demon beast." Kun smiled wryly, while Han Li beside him nearly exploded with anger. Back then, a 4th-level giant mantis demon nearly took his life. Now, they were talking about a 6th-level one. Were they trying to send a group of cultivators to their deaths? "Please rest assured, friend. We have already made thorough preparations for this operation, and there is not much danger involved. In addition to our 2 false nascent soul stage guest elders, we have also set up the 6 evading water wave formation. As long as the 6 false nascent soul stage cultivators are present to manage the formation, everything will be fine." Sensing Kun's unease, the burly man quickly interjected to explain. 6 evading water wave formation. Han Li felt a sense of familiarity with this formation, as if it was mentioned in the insights into formations given to him by Xinxian. "Since the matter is important, let friend consider it for 2 days. We will await friend's response then." Kun, under Han Li's manipulation, chose to delay their decision with these words. Upon hearing Kun's vague response, Cao Lu and the burly man were first taken aback, but they quickly agreed with smiles on their faces. However, as Han Li and Kun were about to leave, Cao Lu and the burly man insisted that Han Li take the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid with them. They politely stated that even if Kun declined the offer later, they were already friends with Kun. Hearing their overly flattering words, Kun smiled faintly and accepted the jade boxes without refusal. After exchanging a few polite words, he left the hall with Han Li. Once they were out of White Water Tower, Han Li glanced back at the building, shook his head lightly, and then found a street to leave the square. Since these 6 pavilions were essentially under the same management, Han Li didn't feel comfortable bargaining for items in other shops after accepting the free gifts. Instead, he decided to visit peripheral shops to gather the rest of the items he needed before making any decisions. Speaking of which, this time Han Li came out not only to buy snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid for pill refinement, but also to purchase some materials for making 2nd-level puppets. Although the main material, ironwood, can be cultivated by himself over hundreds of years, he still needs to purchase a large quantity of auxiliary materials such as iron mother and cloud essence stones. Additionally, he also needs to refine some medicinal seeds for nourishing spirit pills, so that he can refine a batch of pills when he returns and formally train his 2 white spiders. With this in mind, Han Li walked into a small grocery store and bought most of the things he needed. For the rare items he couldn't find, he visited several more stores until he found them. Feeling relieved, Han Li began to browse other types of shops. However, what he cared most about were the shops selling pills and cultivation manuals. After all, he had already used up most of his pill recipes and was hopping to find 1 or 2 here. As for cultivation techniques, While he knew he couldn't find any top-tier ones here, even general ones could help him understand what types of cultivation techniques practitioners in the chaotic star sea were practicing. However, after going around in circles, Han Li was shocked. When he left Can outside and entered a pill store to ask if they sold Foundation Establishment stage pill recipes, the shop assistant actually handed him dozens of various pill recipes, almost causing Han Li to bite his tongue in astonishment. As he incredulously examined all the pill recipes, he was dumbfounded. Regardless of the usefulness of the pills they could refine, the main ingredients required were not spirit herbs like in the Southern Heaven realm, but various grades of monster cores, especially some rare and precious pills that required monster cores from 6th or 7th grade monsters to refine. Although these pills also required some spirit herbs that took hundreds of years to grow, in these pill recipes, these spirit herbs were completely relegated to auxiliary materials and could be completely replaced by other spirit medicines. With a thick stack of pill recipes in hand, Han Li was stunned for quite some time. Finally, under the strange gaze of the shop assistant, he casually bought a few applicable ones at a very low price and walked out dazedly. After a moment, still somewhat unwilling, he visited several more pill stores, but apart from low-level pill recipes for the chi condensation stage that didn't require monster cores, all the high-level pill recipes were the same. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Han Li cautiously asked the shopkeeper of a store if they had high-level pill recipes that didn't require monster cores. The shopkeeper looked at Han Li as if he were an idiot for a while before saying, "High-level pills don't use monster cores for refinement. What else would they use?" Hearing this, Han Li walked out somewhat embarrassed, feeling completely disheartened. Obviously, the path of pill refinement practiced by cultivators in the chaotic star sea was completely different from that in the Southern Heaven realm. They actually used sea monsters as medicinal ingredients. But upon further thought, this seemed quite reasonable. After all, with the boundless expanse of the sea, the number of sea monsters within it was countless. Even ancient people wouldn't have been able to completely capture and exterminate them. Naturally, this was much better than the situation in the Southern Heaven realm. These pill recipes must have been passed down from ancient times. Thinking like this, Han Li stood in a remote corner of a certain street, took out a few pill recipes he had bought, and found one called Foundation Establishment Pill. He carefully read through it. Most of the pill recipe was similar to the Foundation Establishment pill recipe he remembered, but several rare spirit herbs that could only be found in blood-red forbidden areas were replaced by several 5th-grade monster cores. Seeing this, Han Li collected these pill recipes, hugged them to his chest, and fell into contemplation. After a while, Han Li emerged from his contemplation with a certain idea in mind. Without showing any sign of it, he continued to browse through the shops selling martial arts manuals in the city. This time, Han Li didn't encounter any surprises. Most of the martial arts and elemental spells sold in the shops were familiar to him, similar to those in Tian Nan. If there was one slight difference, it was that there seemed to be more books on water element spells, and there were even some new spells that Han Li had never heard of. Han Li purchased the books related to the new spells and stumbled upon a copy of Evaluations of Alchemy. He decided to buy it because it contained a description and evaluation of the dust-settling pill by a certain expert. Han Li planned to study it carefully before deciding whether to agree to the request from the 6 linked palaces for this pill. After that, Han Li lost interest in buying anything else and left Tiandu Street with curved sole, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Not long after leaving Cakesing City, Han Li and curved sole soared into the sky, rushing towards Gu's manor. Half a day later, Han Li saw the familiar walls of Gu's manor from afar. But Han Li didn't immediately fly into Gu's manor. Instead, he landed on a nearby hill where he had built a small wooden house with his own hands. The small wooden house still stood in its original place, but it had clearly aged since Han Li left. Some parts were even rotten and blackened. After looking at it for a while, Han Li sighed lightly and pushed open the wooden door, walking in. Han Li was somewhat surprised. Instead of being filled with dust and a musty smell as he had imagined, the interior was spotlessly clean, with the tables, chairs, and wooden bed all dust-free. There was even a pot of unknown blue flowers placed on the wooden table. Han Li stood in the room for a moment, then chuckled softly. It seems that Gu has put quite a bit of effort into this. Han Li touched his nose and muttered to himself. Then, without lingering, Han Li walked out of the wooden house, leaving curved sole to continue waiting on the hill, while he headed towards Gu's manor. Han Li had no intention of flying straight into Gu's manor, although the prohibition outside Gu's manor was no problem for him now. But after all, Gu's master was his acquaintance, so he naturally wanted to be polite. When Han Li arrived at the gate of Gu's manor, 2 burly guards noticed him, and one of them, with some suspicion, asked, "Who are you and what is your purpose in coming to our Gu's manor?" "Tell your master that a friend surnamed Han has come." Han Li smiled and said softly, "Our master does not see outsiders." Surnamed Han. Could you be Master Han? The guard first refused, but after scrutinizing Han Li, he suddenly asked with suspicion. "Do you know me?" Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. "It's really Master Han. Master, please wait a moment. I'll inform the master of the manor." Without saying another word, the guard immediately ran into the manor. In the welcoming reception of Gu's master, Han Li entered the mansion of Gu's manor. As soon as he entered, Gu's master did not wait for Han Li to speak, but took the initiative to hand over a large bag of spirit stones to Han Li, and enthusiastically introduced some of the young disciples of Gu's family to Han Li, especially his eldest son, a young man in his 30s named Gu Kai. Seeing this scene, Han Li understood Gu's master's intention. Probably aware that his life was not long, he wanted Han Li, this immortal master, to give some support to Gu's family in the future. With a faint smile, Han Li agreed vaguely based on the friendship they had in the past. Gu's master was overjoyed, immediately proposing a feast to entertain Han Li, but was politely refused by Han Li. After chatting with Gu's master for a few more words, Han Li gracefully left Gu's manor. After coming out, Han Li called Curved Soul on the hill and flew to a nearby town. In the town, Han Li found an inn to stay at and spent the night studying the evaluations of alchemy. He stayed up all night. The next day, Han Li finally had a rough understanding of the various elixirs in the Chaos Star Sea, especially the dust-settling pill, which he read countless times. According to the book, the refinement of the dust-settling pill not only required the inner cores of several rare demonic beasts, but also many other rare spiritual herbs to be refined. It was definitely extremely precious. And this pill indeed had the miraculous effect of increasing the chance of forming a nascent soul. Although it was said that the increase in probability was not much, and only one pill could be taken during nascent soul formation, it was still highly valued by many cultivators facing nascent soul formation. Because even if it only increased the probability by 1%, it was something that nascent soul cultivators desperately sought after. But on the other hand, Han Li also understood. Since the 6 linked palaces were willing to use such rare elixirs as rewards, the matter was definitely not as easy as the other party said, just presiding over an array. If he went, it would definitely be quite dangerous. Who knows what kind of tricky situation they would encounter. But Han Li was extremely eager for this dust-settling pill. After all, both he and Curved Soul were facing nascent soul formation. He didn't even have to mention that he had no hope of success this time. But Curved Soul's deathly soul pill supposedly had a 1/3 chance of forming a nascent soul, but there was still a greater chance of failure. He was really worried. He must obtain this dust-settling pill. After pondering for half a day in the inn, Han Li finally decided to take the risk. After all, by then, he and Curved Soul would both be cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage. Even if there were any dangers, self-preservation should not be a problem. Moreover, he could see that the 6 linked palaces seemed to have immense power. If he could establish a relationship with them, it would be very beneficial for his future foothold in the Chaos Star Sea. But before that, he wanted to inquire about the reputation of the 6 linked palaces from other cultivators. He couldn't afford to have the other party turn ruthless and unforgiving immediately after the matter was done. That would be a huge loss. With his mind made up, Han Li immediately flew to Cakesing City with Curved Soul. Half a month later, a huge ship sailed into the harbor of the Cakesing Island. Shortly after, blue and white lights swiftly approached from the distance and directly penetrated into the ship. After the lights converged, 3 more people appeared at the bow of the ship. One was a tall and ugly man. Another was a middle-aged man with a strange appearance, and the third was an ordinary-looking young man. Welcome, two immortals. To this ship. I am the captain of this ship, Luo Zhang. The other immortals are already on board. Allow me to lead you to the places where the demonic beasts appear. A rough-looking man emerged from the cabin and respectfully said to the tall man and the young man. The immortals he referred to were naturally Han Li and Curved Soul. The middle-aged man accompanying them was the shopkeeper of the White Water Pavilion, Cao Lu. Friend, take care. I have other matters to attend to. Cao Lu exchanged polite greetings with Curved Soul and then flew away on his flying treasure. Two immortals, please come in. Your rooms have already been prepared. The ship will set sail soon. The rough-looking man said respectfully. Han Li glanced at the cabin and walked in with Curved Soul without a word, followed closely by the man who called himself Luo Zhang. At the same time, the huge hull began to move slowly once again. Just as they entered, everything in front of Han Li slightly surprised him. Instead of the narrow passage he had imagined, he saw a luxurious hall that was about 10 yards long and wide. The hall was covered with red satin carpets, with a long sandalwood table in the middle encrusted with gold and silver, surrounded by a dozen or so chairs. Several people were sitting around the table, talking. When they saw Han Li and Curved Soul come in, several sharp gazes immediately swept over. However, they only glanced at Han Li and focused their gazes on Curved Soul. I am Kaun, and this is my nephew, Han Li. How should the seniors address themselves? Kaun's figure flashed, blocking Han Li's path, and said expressionlessly, Welcome, friend. I am Feng Sanyang from the 6 linked palaces. I am responsible for presiding over the array along with everyone else. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stood up with a smile. Although this woman couldn't be considered stunningly beautiful, she still had a certain charm to her appearance. So it's friend Feng extends his courtesy. Kaun replied neither humble nor haughty, then led Han Li towards the table. With a sweep of his gaze, Han Li took note of the several unfamiliar cultivators in the hall. There was a middle-aged scholar with an ordinary appearance, a young woman in her 20s, an old man with gray-white eyes, and a young man emitting a reddish glow all over his body, in addition to the woman introducing herself as Feng Sanyang, making a total of 5 people. However, the young woman was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and she appeared quite intimate with the middle-aged scholar, indicating that they were a Taoist couple. While Han Li was pondering, Feng Sanyang spoke with a charming smile. Friend, your arrival is timely. We were just discussing the variations of the 6 escape water wave formation. If we can practice it proficiently in advance, I believe it will be much easier for everyone to set up the formation later. But before that, let me introduce the other friends to friend. Feng Sanyang was clearly skilled in socializing. With a few soft words, she immediately brought Han Li and the others closer. These 2 are the esteemed disciples of Island Master Zhan Tai of Weixing Island, friend Mao and his Taoist partner, friend Zhu. Feng Sanyang first pointed to the middle-aged scholar and the young woman, introducing them to Han Li. Kaun, I've met many cultivators from QEXing Island, but I've never heard of you. The middle-aged scholar gave Han Li a cold glance and said somewhat arrogantly. For some reason, this middle-aged scholar seemed to have a bone to pick with Kaun, immediately making a provocative remark. This caused Feng Sanyang's initially cheerful expression to falter for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. I'm not originally from QEXing Island. I just came to the island recently to settle down and visit my nephew Han. Is there anything strange about not knowing my name, friend? Kaun retorted calmly, with a hint of sarcasm. You. Let me introduce. This elderly gentleman is Qing Anzi, a reclusive cultivator from Jinbao Island. Although few people know of him, his mastery of wood element spells during the Foundation establishment stage is unmatched. As for friend Yan, he's even more formidable. He practices the dark fire body technique and can cultivate extraordinary pure yang true fire. Feng Sanyang interrupted, diverting the conversation. The middle-aged scholar's expression turned angry. His face darkened, and he seemed to want to say something more, but was interrupted by Feng, who hurriedly changed the subject. Friend Qing, friend Yan. Kaun nodded slightly at the old man and the youth. Although both of them were at the late Foundation establishment stage, like the middle-aged scholar, they clearly exerted more pressure on Han Li than the scholar did. It was evident that their cultivation techniques were extraordinary. Han Li didn't want to easily offend either of them. Friend, greetings. I extend my courtesy, friend Yan. These two didn't boast either, smiling politely in response to Kaun. This scene made the middle-aged scholar even more uncomfortable. So, without waiting for Feng Sanyang to say anything else, he suddenly stood up with a stern face and said, I want to go back to my room and meditate for a while. Let's discuss the formation later. After saying this, he turned and left the hall with a flick of his sleeve. The young woman also looked apologetic and glanced at the others before following suit. Humph, what arrogance. Soon he'll have a master to answer to as the island's master. The youth surnamed Yan's body emitted a red light, looking somewhat annoyed. The old man and Feng Sanyang's expressions also changed slightly, but the old man immediately regained his composure, while Feng Sanyang forced a smile and invited Kaun to sit down, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the scholar's matter. Wasn't it supposed to be 6 people? Isn't friend Zhu also one of those responsible for presiding over the formation? Kaun sat down without ceremony and calmly asked, while Han Li stood discreetly behind him. There's also another person, friend Du from Huiming Island, but he's said to be practicing a powerful technique and hasn't left his room in days. Feng Sanyang explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Han Li nodded without saying more. However, Feng Sanyang seemed particularly interested in Kaun, occasionally asking some irrelevant questions, which surprised Han Li, wondering what the woman's intentions were. But when she asked if Kaun understood the 6 escape water wave formation, Kaun naturally denied it under Han Li's instructions. So, with a smile, Feng Sanyang said that none of the others understood it either, then began explaining the mysteries of the formation to the three of them. Surprisingly, Feng Sanyang turned out to be a rare expert in formations. Although the middle-aged scholar seemed at odds with the others, he finally returned to the hall the next day to listen to Feng Sanyang's explanations on presiding over the formation. After 3 or 4 days, the other cultivator who had been secluded in the room was finally seen by Han Li. He was a bald, 7-foot-tall man with a fierce appearance. However, his manner of speaking and behavior were quite straightforward, and he got along well with everyone. In this way, Han Li and the others often had the ship stop and flew out into nearby waters to practice the variations of the 6 escape water wave formation, hoping to be proficient enough to capture the demon beast with ease. As a result, although the ship didn't travel very fast, the 6 linked palaces didn't seem to be in a hurry either. Despite the frequent stops and detours, Feng Sanyang always maintained a cheerful demeanor, without any sense of urgency. However, once the variations of the formation were practiced proficiently, Feng Sanyang wasted no time and ordered the ship to start moving at full speed. 1 month later, the ship finally anchored near a large, nameless, deserted island, halting its journey. Under Feng Sanyang's lead, Han Li and the others disembarked from the ship. As soon as they set foot on the small island, a dazzling golden light flew from the sky and circled around them before dissipating, revealing a pale, golden-faced old man staring expressionlessly at them. This person emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary mortal with no spiritual power, yet he also seemed capable of concealing his deep spiritual power. This sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. I am Feng Sanyang, paying respects to Elder Miao. Feng Sanyang approached the old man without hesitation and bowed deeply, showing a respectful expression. At this moment, Han Li and the others standing behind her naturally understood this person's identity and hurriedly paid their respects. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage was not someone they could afford to offend. No need for formalities. Feng Sanyang, you've done well this time by bringing these helpers in time. Have they mastered the formation variations they practiced? The demon beast we're dealing with this time is quite troublesome. We must not be careless. The old man spoke calmly. Elder, rest assured, our friends here have thoroughly mastered the various changes of the 6 escape water wave formation and can definitely trap this beast. Feng Sanyang said confidently. Good, friends, our 6 linked palaces need your help. As long as you contribute well, our sect will definitely not treat you unfairly. Elder Miao glanced at the middle-aged scholars and others, his expression softening and becoming more amiable. Elder, rest assured, we will do our best. Before anyone else could speak, the middle-aged scholar hurriedly said with a smile on his face. Seeing the scholar's flattery, although the others showed some strange expressions, they had to follow suit and express their agreement. Elder Miao was extremely satisfied with their attitudes. After nodding slightly, he said, "The formation was set up half a day ago. You just need to preside over it. Elder Gu is currently engaging the demon beast in the nearby waters. I will lead it over. It's estimated that by tomorrow morning, we'll be able to lure the beast into the formation. It will depend on your abilities then. Rest on the island for a while." With that, Elder Meow transformed into a golden light and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Friends, you've heard what Elder Meow said. Let's rest on the island for half a day and recuperate. Tomorrow will be a tough battle, Feng Sanyang said solemnly. At this point, the others naturally didn't say anything else, nodding to show their understanding. However, at this moment, Qing Anzi, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked in a wooden tone, "Friend Feng, we've been asking you all along what kind of demon beast we're dealing with, but you've refused to disclose it. Now that we're about to act tomorrow, shouldn't you tell us?" Hearing this, the others couldn't help but be curious as well. What kind of formidable and rare demon beast was worth such a massive effort from the 6 linked palaces, and why had they been planning for so long? An ordinary 6th-level demon beast wouldn't warrant such attention. Upon hearing these words, Feng Sanyang revealed a wry smile. She brushed aside the bangs on her forehead and spoke slowly. "Friends, it's not that I'm unwilling to tell the truth. It's just that there are orders from above not to easily leak the information before reaching this island. But now that we're here, there's no such restriction. I'll tell you the truth. This time, our 6-lion hall intends to deal with an infant carp beast, so we must proceed with caution." Infant carp beast. Qing Alchemist and others exclaimed upon hearing this, their expressions changing drastically. Hanli coldly observed everything. Although he didn't know what an infant carp beast was, seeing their shocked expressions made him realize that this monster was definitely extraordinary. No wonder your hall is so cautious. If it's this monster, we should indeed be more careful. If other forces find out about this, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause. Qing Alchemist muttered in disbelief. This made Han Li, too, realize something. The expressions of the young man surnamed Yan and the bald man fluctuated, showing signs of inner turmoil. Only the middle-aged Confucian scholar's face was extremely ugly, as he coldly said to Feng Sanyang, "Your 6-lion hall is going too far. Everyone knows that the infant carp beast is a naturally born water spirit beast, possessing formidable water-based abilities. If it's at the 6th level, it's definitely not much weaker than an ordinary 7th-level monster. You actually claim to deal with a 6th-level monster and ask for my assistance. Are you deliberately deceiving me?" As the middle-aged Confucian spoke, he showed signs of anger, as if he had been deceived. However, Qing Alchemist and the others finally regained their composure, but still showed dissatisfaction. But they were all solitary cultivators and didn't dare to easily offend the 6-lion hall, so they remained silent and watched how Feng Sanyang would respond. "Friend Mao, your words are not appropriate. Our 6-lion hall didn't deceive you in any way. Although this infant carp beast is formidable, it is indeed a genuine 6th-level monster. You can't just force us to claim a 6th-level monster as 7th level. Feng Sanyang's expression sank, and she retorted without hesitation. This made the middle-aged Confucian speechless for a while, unable to say anything. Han Li frowned inwardly. Listening to this woman, it seemed to make some sense, but Han Li felt uncomfortable in his heart and couldn't help but glance at the other few people. The other 3 seemed to share Han Li's opinion, their faces showing some displeasure. However, at this moment, Feng Sanyang suddenly smiled at Kun and the others. Of course, the main reason for our hall's actions is to keep the secret of the infant carp beast. So before coming here, I had already obtained a promise from above. After the success of this matter, in addition to giving each of you a dust-descending pill as promised, our hall will also give each of you an additional 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for keeping the secret in advance. I wonder if you are satisfied. After hearing these words, Qing Alchemist and the others' grievances gradually dissipated, nodding in agreement one after another. The middle-aged Confucian seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but his Dao companion, the charming young woman, whispered something to him, causing his expression to change slightly, and he remained silent. Afterward, everyone dispersed on the small island, each finding a quiet place to meditate and rest. Han Li and Kun found a huge reef by the sea and sat facing each other. Under Kun's deliberate instructions, he quickly entered a state of accumulating energy. Han Li also slowly closed his eyes, trying to enter a state of meditation. However, after a cup of tea's time, Han Li frowned and opened his eyes, staring blankly at the surging waves, feeling somewhat distracted. For some reason, he felt uneasy at this moment, as if something big was about to happen, making him feel nervous and restless. After thinking for a long time, Han Li couldn't figure out the reason and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that he was really overly nervous. Although his spiritual sense was always sharp, with 2 nascent soul cultivators tomorrow and the assistance of the 6 escape water wave formation, how could they not deal with a 6th-level monster? Although this monster seemed unusual, a monster was still a monster. No matter how strong it was impossible to win against cultivators. Comforting himself with these thoughts, Han Li tried to force himself into a state of meditation. But after a while, his heart still felt heavy, and he couldn't enter a state of meditation no matter what. Cough, Han Li sighed and stood up. It seemed that he couldn't be at ease without doing something. Han Li looked around helplessly and released his divine sense. Fortunately, there were no other cultivators nearby. Han Li quickly reached into his storage pouch and took out a dozen or so flags and 5 or 6 arrays glowing faintly, which were part of the azure water green armor formation. Although this formation was far less powerful than the inverted 5 elements great formation and the 6 escape water wave formation that he would preside over tomorrow, it was much stronger than ordinary formations. And because of the formation tools, it was extremely simple to set up. Han Li didn't hesitate to call out to Kun, instructing him to use this reef as the center to set up flags and berry arrays within a radius of dozens of meters. Watching Kun's busy figure, inserting the flags into the ground, Hanley felt much more at ease. With a slightly raised corner of his mouth, he revealed a self-deprecating expression. It seems that I'm really terribly afraid of death. The next day, before dawn, Feng Sanyang gathered everyone together and flew to a sea area more than 10 miles away from the small island. At the same time, on the sea thousands of miles away, a golden light and a yellow light were speeding towards the direction of the unnamed island. And a large block of nearly 100 zhang diameter white mist, a few miles behind them, was chasing after them at the same speed, emitting faint cries of bobbies. This sound was extremely desolate, making people shudder. Elder Meow sent a flying sword message. See if they're ready. In the speeding yellow light, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Okay. Elder Meow in the golden light agreed without hesitation. Then his figure flashed and ran into the nearby yellow light. At the same time, the golden light on his body turned into a golden rainbow, disappearing in a flash. Then the large block of white fog behind seemed to be stimulated by this scene. The crying of bobbies became even more piercing, and thunderous sounds began to be heard, getting louder and louder. Not good, this demon is about to use the water wave divine thunder again. Brother Goo, speed up. Elder Meow's anxious voice sounded in the yellow light, seeming to be extremely afraid of the thunderous sound behind him. Don't worry, the speed of my mixed element bowl is not slow. The deep voice just finished speaking, and the yellow light accelerated, quickly widening the distance from the white mist behind. But the white mist seemed unwilling. Amidst the thunderous and crying sounds, its speed also increased, leaving behind a long white wave on the sea surface, seemingly endless. Kun and others had already stood in front of their respective array gates, each holding a large blue flag in their hands. The flag was about 2 zhang long, emitting a brilliant blue light, dazzling to the eyes. And the 6 foundation establishment cultivators, each with a solemn expression, were floating on the sea surface, each separated by more than 100 zhang, floating on their respective magic tools, forming a semicircular pocket shape. Hanley stood behind Kun, observing coldly, while the charming young woman stood beside the middle-aged Confucian, her face showing concern. After a while, a golden light suddenly broke through the sky and fell into Feng Sanyang's hands, attracting the attention of the others. Everyone, be careful, the infant carp beast is about to arrive. As soon as this monster enters the formation, seal the gate immediately. Feng Sanyang seemed to have received some information. Her expression solemnly shouted to the others, then released the golden light again, letting it fly away. Han Li's heart tightened, and he stared at the direction where the golden light flew, without blinking. The others also tightened their faces, showing signs of impending danger. After some time, the distant rumbling thunder sounded faintly. And as the sound grew louder and louder, they finally saw two streaks of golden and yellow brilliance, speeding like lightning from afar, followed by a large expanse of white mist, seemingly chasing after something. Is that the infant carp beast? Although Han Li could clearly see the large white mass behind, it was just mist, but he couldn't imagine what kind of monstrous creature was hidden in the mist. Begin the spell. Feng Sanyang shouted, waving the blue flag in her hand, causing concentric blue ripples to spread out from it. The others followed suit, silently waving their array flags. In an instant, a blue light enveloped everyone, and after a few flashes, they all disappeared without a trace, completely concealing their presence. From a distance, looking at this place, there was nothing but an empty sea. After a moment, two streaks of light flew to the scene, not stopping as they hurried past from above, as if they were still trying to escape. The white mist behind them, without any doubt, followed closely and flew into this area. But as soon as the white mist flew into the range of the formation, a blue mist rose up around it, and a huge blue light shield appeared out of nowhere, trapping it inside. At this moment, Feng Sanyang, Kun, and the others appeared around the perimeter. They raised the blue array flags in their hands, pointing them at the light shield. 6 thick blue beams of light shot out from the flags, continuously infusing into the huge shield, making it shine even brighter blue. Seeing this scene, the yellow and golden lights ahead didn't hesitate to turn around and immediately flew to the top of the light shield. After the light dissipated, Miao Elder and a burly man with disheveled hair appeared. Good, well done. Now we must withstand the monster's counterattack below, while my colleague and I use the sacred treasures we borrowed to subdue it, Miao Elder said with a pleased expression. Then, after exchanging a glance with the ancient elder, they both reached into their robes and each took out an object. Surprisingly, they were a pair of ancient bronze long halberds, dim and inconspicuous. The two nascent soul stage elders, with solemn expressions, chanted incantations, and the long halberds in their hands floated up and emitted yellow fluorescent light, becoming increasingly brighter. Meanwhile, the infant carp beast, trapped inside the light shield, seemed to understand its situation. After a series of piercing cries, the 100-jang white mist suddenly contracted towards the center, shrinking in size to just over 10 jang, forming a milky white mist cover. At the same time, the thunderous sounds within the mist gradually merged into one, shaking the surrounding cultivators' formations, causing ringing in their ears and shock in their hearts. Suddenly, the cries of the infant ceased. Then countless blue fist-sized orbs shot out densely from the mist, aggressively attacking the blue light shield. Their momentum was fierce, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. When they were about 10 jang away from the shield, a large area of green light suddenly appeared. Some of the orbs disappeared in the green light, then reappeared above the white mist, fiercely crashing down. However, most of the attacks still struck the blue shield. Immediately, the blue light shield and the white mist erupted with thunderous white light, but the white light within the mist disappeared in a flash. As for the shield, it began to waver, with interweaving flashes of blue and white light, looking like it might collapse at any moment. Friends, increase your spiritual power quickly. This is one of the infant carp beast's 3 major killer moves, the Water Gang Divine Thunder. It won't last long. As long as we hold on for a moment, we can deal with it. Feng Sanyang's face changed drastically as she shouted. Then she was the first to chant a spell, spraying blood onto her array flag. The blue light surged, and then the thick blue beams of light immediately thickened several times, stabilizing the light shield in front of her. Seeing this, the other 5 people had no choice but to cast their spells one after another, mobilizing all their spiritual power to forcibly support the formation. Han Li, standing behind Kun, was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected them to go all out so quickly after just encountering this infant carp beast. This monster is really formidable. Above the formation, the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators' bronze halberds began to change. Under mysterious and solemn incantations, the halberds emitting yellow light gradually increased in size, and the tips of the halberds slowly pointed downwards, aiming directly at the center of the white mist below. The infant carp beast in the mist seemed to sense the danger above, suddenly emitting a piercing long cry within the mist. Then the white mist began to spin slowly, gradually increasing in speed. After a while, it turned into a huge vortex, engulfing the towering waves. In the vortex, there were faint blue lights, indicating the dangerous Water Gang Divine Thunder. Seeing this shocking change, King Ganzi and the others couldn't help but look nervously at Feng Sanyang. But she too was full of fear and seemed to have no idea what astonishing magic the infant carp beast was using. Seeing this scene, Han Li's face darkened, urging Kun to increase the output of his spiritual power. Although he didn't know what magical powers the infant carp beast was using, it was clear that the monster was going all out. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but look up at the sky, only to see that the 2 halberds had grown to about 7 or 8 zhang in size, emitting a pleasant, clear sound. The 2 nascent soul stage elders formed a strange hand seal, staring fixedly at the giant halberds. The incantations never stopped, and their faces were extremely tense, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. A strange cry sounded, and the blue and white giant waves and winds suddenly rushed towards a certain direction, like thunder and lightning, crashing fiercely towards the light shield, reaching a height of several dozen zhang, extremely imposing. The middle-aged scholar and the woman beside him suddenly paled, almost devoid of color, because this terrifying attack was directed towards the defensive formation they were guarding, making them secretly lament. Helplessly, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth, and his whole body emitted a dazzling light, enveloping himself entirely, extremely dazzling. Then he firmly grasped the array flag, pouring all his spiritual power into the flagpole, transforming it into a thick beam of light that shot out from the tip of the flagpole. hitting the towering giant wave head-on, causing it to pause for a moment, but immediately crashing into the light shield as if nothing had happened. Sounds of thunder, cracking, and exclamation came simultaneously. The light shield lasted only a moment before it collapsed amidst the painful cries. Hun and the other cultivators who were maintaining the formation, without exception, spat out blood, their faces turning pale. The middle-aged scholar almost simultaneously, without saying a word, pulled the woman beside him, and the two immediately flew tens of zhang away. Just as the formation was broken, Feng Sanyang and the others turned pale, and a roar came from the sky. "Monster, meet your end." As soon as the voice fell, two huge yellow lights flashed like lightning in the sky, piercing through the towering waves and wind from above, plunging fiercely towards the infant carp beast. The infant's piercing cry resounded, and the sea immediately calmed down. At the same time, the mist slowly dissipated, revealing the true body of the infant carp beast hidden within, while the two bronze halberds, restored to their original form, were firmly nailed to the sea surface, emitting a golden light. Hanley hurriedly asked Kun to take out a piece of mid-grade spirit stone to quickly restore his mana, while he concentrated and looked down. He saw that this so-called infant carp beast was extremely peculiar. With the face of an infant, a blue carp body and tail, and 4 white and tender human hands underneath, along with 2 huge fins resembling wings. But the most peculiar thing was that each of its 4 human hands held a different object: a giant red crab claw, a few-foot-long blue coral, a white pearl the size of an egg, and a silver clamshell resembling a shield. All of these items were shining brightly, clearly precious treasures. At this moment, the infant carp beast's infantile head showed a painful expression as it constantly emitted sharp cries, revealing a pair of sharp teeth, making Han Li's heart palpitate. Its body, about a dozen zhang long, kept thrashing and struggling under the 2 bronze halberds, but no matter how hard it struggled, it was still firmly nailed to the surface of the water by the halberds, as if they were its natural enemies, completely confident in subduing it. The 2 connected temple elders who released the bronze halberds were no better than Han Li and the others. Their faces were full of fatigue. Evidently, releasing these 2 sacred treasures had also greatly depleted their energy. Nevertheless, they flew down with expressions of joy. The middle-aged scholar and Kinganzi and the others stared greedily at the subdued infant carp beast. But as soon as they saw Feng Sanyang glaring at them, they extinguished any other thoughts, only able to swallow their saliva and watch the 2 demon-slaying treasures being seized. Just as the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators flew to within 30 to 40 zhang of the infant carp beast, a pitch-black yin wind suddenly rose from the sea below the infant carp beast, instantly freezing hundreds of zhang of sea surface, including the infant carp beast, into white ice sculptures. And without stopping, it rushed fiercely towards the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators flying in the sky. Han Li and the others were stunned. the profound yin devil chi. The two elders, Miao and Gu, seemed to recognize the origin of these black mists and shouted in fear. Reacting like they'd seen a venomous scorpion, the two of them swiftly split and flew to both sides in an instant. The black mists showed no sign of relentless pursuit, retracting back to the sea surface like venomous snakes retreating. They condensed into a black vortex next to the ice-like infant carp beast. As the black wind gradually subsided, the figures of a man and two women appeared beside the infant carp beast. The man was short and skinny, with a grim face, while one of the women was voluptuous and beautiful, wearing a sleeveless short skirt, emanating a chilling aura. The two women were fine, only at the late foundation establishment stage, but the odd and ugly skinny youth, Han Li couldn't discern his cultivation level. Yet, surprisingly, he was also a nascent soul stage cultivator. Wu Chu, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to wage war against our 6 connected temple? Elder Miao recognized the man and angrily retorted. War? I'm not interested. My family ancestor is about to come out of seclusion from the sea, so consider this infant carp beast's demon core as my gift. The skinny youth arrogantly declared. The extreme yin patriarch is coming out of seclusion. This statement from the youth greatly shocked the two elders of the 6 connected temple, and they exchanged glances, their expressions full of disbelief. The nearby cultivators, including King Ganzi, turned pale upon hearing this. Even the proud middle-aged scholar trembled slightly, showing signs of fear. Seeing this, Han Li was deeply surprised. Could this extreme yin patriarch have such a big reputation? What made him even more puzzled was that he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity with the black aura emanating from the youth. It puzzled him greatly. However, after a moment of contemplation, Han Li remembered that although he didn't know the power of this black aura, it seemed somewhat similar to the blood-refining divine light practiced by Yue, Huang, and Kun. He couldn't help but think of the profound yin scripture mentioned in the gray-white jade slip. Could this profound yin devil chi be related to that? Han Li wondered. But before Han Li could think further, Elder Miao couldn't help but shout loudly. Wu Chu, what nonsense are you talking about? Who doesn't know that our ancestor closed seclusion over 100 years ago, and unless there's a breakthrough in cultivation, he won't come out for trivial matters. Don't tell me that our ancestor has only reached the mid-stage of nascent soul in just over 100 years. Upon hearing this, Wu Chu burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, you people of the 6 connected temple are really ignorant. Who told you that our family ancestor closed seclusion to reach the mid-stage of nascent soul? Our ancestor is actually cultivating an unparalleled demonic technique. Now that the technique has reached completion, naturally he will come out of seclusion, Wu Chu said smugly. Hearing this, Elder Miao and Elder Gu were dumbfounded, unsure whether what Wu Chu said was true or false. Now that you know the reputation of our ancestor, this infant carp beast will be taken by me, the young master. I trust that the six-connected temple won't refuse to give face to our extreme yin island. Wu Chu said insidiously upon seeing the expressions of the two elders. Upon hearing such arrogant words, Elder Miao's face turned pale, while Elder Gu's eyes flickered with thoughts. For a moment, neither of them spoke. As for King Ganzi and the other cultivators invited to help, they couldn't help but step back a few steps, showing a reluctance to get involved. Feng Sanyang frowned at this, feeling powerless for a moment. After all, Kun and the others were only supposed to deal with the demonic beasts, not subordinates of the six-connected temple. In the current situation, the people of the six-connected temple were indeed at a disadvantage. Although the six-connected temple had two foundation establishment stage elders, they had just depleted their energy to activate the two borrowed treasures, the heavenly Ji, and were greatly weakened. As for Wu Chu, although he was also a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he practiced the top-notch demonic technique of the chaotic star sea, the profound yin technique, which was far from something an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could compare with. Moreover, his backing, the extreme yin patriarch, was a well-known demonic overlord in the chaotic star sea. Who dared to easily provoke him? But if they let Wu Chu take the infant carp beast away, it would greatly damage the reputation of the six-connected temple. Not only would their previous efforts be in vain, but it would also give people the impression of weakness and vulnerability, which would not be beneficial to the future development of the six-connected temple. At this moment, Elder Gu, with disheveled hair, whispered to Elder Miao. The two of them discussed something while their expressions fluctuated. Meanwhile, Wu Chu sneered. Walking arrogantly to the infant carp beast below, a black light flashed in his hand, and a pitch-black demonic sword appeared. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, beheading the strange beast without mercy, and then began searching inside its head. The two women watched vigilantly, keeping an eye on Elder Miao and Elder Gu in the sky. Seeing this scene, Feng Sanyang's face turned extremely ugly. However, the two guest elders, Elder Miao and Elder Gu, remained silent, and she dared not act rashly. Han Li and the others silently watched all this, afraid to speak out, fearing they might cause trouble. In a short while, Wu Chu dug out a cyan-blue spherical object from the beast's head, revealing a delighted expression. Then he looked up and gazed greedily at the crab claws and other strange objects on the four peculiar hands, a covetous look flashing across his face. But when he raised the demonic sword in his hand again, Elder Gu sternly stopped him with a loud shout. "Young island master, considering the relationship between our ancestor and your lord, you can take everything else from this infant carp beast. However, the demon core is something our six-connected temple must obtain and must be left behind. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to our temple master." Elder Gu's voice was calm, without any emotional fluctuations. But upon hearing this, Wu Chu sneered a few times. Disregarding their words, he swung his sword again, still not using any sound transmission technique. Letting Han Li and the others clearly hear, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. The expressions of Gu and Miao changed drastically. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously showed anger. Furthermore, this can prove our identity, right? Elder Gu raised his hand, and a black token flew out. Wuchu effortlessly caught it. Han Li focused his mind and saw clearly with his powerful spiritual sense that it was a token carved with a grimacing ghost head, emitting a faint black aura. Wuchu carefully inspected it. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. He quickly glanced around and his heart sank. The others were fine, still watching the movements of the three nascent soul stage cultivators with suspicion, but King Ganzi's face was extremely pale. He began silently retreating, withdrawing tens of meters in an instant. When he saw Han Li looking at him, he was first startled, then showed an extremely ugly forced smile, and then without saying a word, turned into a green light and fled like a fugitive. Seeing this scene, Han Li's heart sank. Without hesitation, he slapped his storage pouch, quickly released the divine wind boat, and pulled Kun onto the artifact. Then, he turned it into a white light and hurriedly fled towards the direction of the unnamed island. Feng Sanyang and the others who had just noticed this strange behavior were stunned, feeling inexplicably bewildered. The two elders, Gu and Miao, also noticed this scene, and their expressions turned cold. Elder Gu said grimly, "We are responsible for killing the two who fled. Wuchu, you take care of the ones left here." After saying this, they immediately turned into two shocking rainbows and chased after Han Li and King Ganzi, disappearing in an instant. Wuchu snorted coldly. Although he was full of unwillingness, he looked at the bewildered Feng Sanyang and the others with a murderous intent. HMPH, you are unlucky enough to hear things you shouldn't have. Offer your souls to this young master. With these words, Wuchu spread his arms. The speed of the divine wind boat was extremely fast. Driven by Han Li's cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, it was as swift as an arrow leaving the bowstring. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the divine wind boat arrived near the nameless small island. When Han Li saw the familiar rocks not far away, he breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to look back. Suddenly, a chilling sensation came from behind. Startled, Han Li instinctively stomped his foot on the divine wind boat without hesitation. In an instant, both he and the magical vessel were sent flying to one side, swiftly moving about 10 zhang away from their original position. Almost simultaneously, a deep yellow streak flashed through the spot where Han Li had just stood, disappearing after flying forward for about 20 to 30 zhang before revealing a person's figure. Han Li wiped the sticky, cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the person before him with a bitter smile. The person in front of him had disheveled hair. It was none other than the elder from the 6 consecutive halls. At this moment, he was standing on a circular, earth-yellow treasure, silently staring at Han Li with ice-cold eyes, as if Han Li were already a dead man in his eyes. And about 10, Zhang behind this sinister figure was exactly where Han Li had set up his large array, which made Han Li's heart grow colder. However, Han Li was also clear that questioning or pleading at this moment would be futile. The only option was to confront this Foundation establishment senior and see if there was a chance to utilize the power of the array to trap him. With this in mind, Han Li made up his mind. At his command, Kun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Han Li, emitting a faint blood-red light that enveloped him in a scent of blood. Meanwhile, Han Li's hands flashed with light, and 2 more magical treasures appeared in his hands. Seeing Han Li and Kun preparing to resist, the elder's eyes flashed with coldness. With a flick of his hand, the circular treasure beneath his feet emitted a loud cry, and a yellow light surged forth, wrapping him up like armor. Then the elder's hands suddenly opened, and countless yellow light dots flew out from his fingertips, transforming into palm-sized crescent blades, silently rushing towards Han Li and Kun. Startled, Han Li took a deep breath. This person's magical treasure was not as fast as Lei Wanhei's, giving him a chance to survive. Han Li focused his mind, and both of his hands moved. One hand released a giant turtle shell magical treasure, while the other hand suddenly produced a bright mirror. A large burst of blue light shot out from the mirror's surface, intercepting the oncoming group of crescent blades. Sounds of impact rang out continuously. As the blue light intercepted the front part of the crescent blades, their movements slowed down significantly. However, as more crescent blades surged forward, they quickly broke through the blue light and shattered it into countless pieces, turning into scattered starlight. At the same time, the mirror in Han Li's hand split in half with a crisp sound, completely destroyed. Without any hesitation, Han Li slapped his storage pouch, and 2 black and 5 white lights flew out successively. After circling above his head for a moment, they neatly intercepted the incoming blades. But Han Li was not done yet. 7 or 8 white lights flashed beside him, and 7 or 8 puppet soldiers appeared on both sides, drawing their bows and preparing to attack. By this time, the group of crescent blades had already struck the giant turtle shell, leaving numerous deep marks on its surface. After holding on for a moment, it let out a mournful cry and was shattered into countless pieces by the blades. Taking advantage of this moment, Han Li's 7 or 8 top-grade magical treasures flew in front of Kun. Although these top-grade magical treasures were unable to withstand the weakened crescent blade attacks, the black dragon claws and the 5 white flying swords flashed for a moment before turning into fireflies. With no obstacles in their way, the group of crescent blades rushed straight towards Kun, who had been standing motionless in front of Han Li the whole time. Roar. Suddenly, Kun let out a deafening roar. The blood-red light on his body detached and instantly transformed into a huge crimson light dragon, fiercely pouncing forward. In an instant, The red light and the now despairing crescent blades collided with each other. The light arrows of the puppet soldiers on both sides also joined the attack of the crimson dragon, resulting in a momentary stalemate. This scene delighted Han Li. Meanwhile, the elder standing opposite him was visibly surprised and angered. However, suddenly, the elder's face changed, and an abnormal blood blush appeared on his cheeks, followed by an eerie pallor. Then, the yellow light on his body dimmed, and he trembled in pain as his body suffered. The elder was immediately shocked and angry. He knew very well that this was due to his previous serious injuries, lack of timely rest and recuperation, and his reckless use of true yuan. However, as long as he had a moment to recover, he could suppress his injuries again and easily kill Han Li. But at this moment, Han Li was ecstatic. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately pulled Kun and didn't even care about the 7 or 8 puppets and the crimson dragon, swiftly flying towards the nameless small island below. He flew diagonally downwards from under his opponent's feet. The elder was now filled with shame and anger. If Han Li were allowed to escape from his hands like this, it would become a big joke. Under his frustration, he didn't care about the possibility of aggravating his injuries later on. He gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his body with all his strength. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around, his body emitting a dazzling yellow light, and shot towards Han Li. For Han Li, who was fully controlling the magical vessel, a distance of dozens of zhang was nothing. It was reached in an instant. However, almost as soon as he stepped into the range of the array, the yellow light caught up with him from behind, almost simultaneously entering the array. The elder, who was destroying the array's restrictions with impunity, suddenly seemed to sense something. He stopped his actions and looked around vigilantly, his expression extremely sinister. Han Li frowned, but as he turned his palm over, a green light flashed, and a group of green flags appeared in his hand, the main array flag controlling the array. A few low incantations murmured from Han Li's mouth, and then he threw the flag in his hand, which turned into a green light and merged into the large array. Then the scene before the elder changed. The surrounding seawater surged, and the already heavy pressure suddenly increased, causing his figure to stiffen for a moment. Array, the elder's expression became solemn. Although he was somewhat surprised that a formation had appeared here, judging from the nearby fluctuations, it didn't seem to be a formidable large formation. He was confident that he could easily break it. Thinking of this, the elder's face turned cold, and the yellow light on his body became even more dazzling. For Han Li, who had set up the azure water blue armor array himself, the encounter with this Foundation establishment senior was completely different from before. After a few flickers of the magical vessel, he effortlessly left the large array. At this moment, Han Li, who had originally planned to flee, turned back and his face darkened. He saw the elder inside the array, transforming into a dazzling yellow rainbow of thunder and lightning, fiercely attacking the restrictions of the array, looking as if he would break free from the array and escape at any moment. This made Han Li's expression uncertain. If he fled now with the magical vessel, he would definitely be caught again by the person breaking free. After all, the speed of magical treasures was vastly different. After hesitating for a moment, several layers of the array's restrictions were broken by the opponent. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Han Li no longer hesitated. He beckoned to Kun, and the two of them, taking advantage of the array's concealment, silently approached the elder. However, before Han Li and the others could truly get close to the elder, who was recklessly destroying the array's restrictions, it seemed that the elder sensed something. He suddenly stopped his actions and looked around vigilantly, his expression extremely sinister. Han Li frowned. However, he flipped his palm and a green light flashed, revealing a group of green flags, the main array flags controlling the array. A few low incantations murmured from Han Li's mouth, and then he threw the flags in his hand, which turned into green lights and merged into the large array. Then the scene before the elder changed. The surrounding seawater surged, and the already heavy pressure suddenly increased, causing his figure to stiffen for a moment. Just as the nascent soul stage cultivator's movements slowed within the formation, without warning, a dozen or so crystal-clear, snow-white ice spears shot out from the sea on one side, viciously aiming for his back. The elderly cultivator, originally clumsy in posture, suddenly regained agility, astonishingly swiveling around. With a raise of his hand, a massive yellow moon blade was unleashed, instantly shattering the ambush of ice spears with a series of crackling sounds. Without decelerating, it swiftly slashed towards the direction of the ice serpent. At the same time, the sea water behind the elderly cultivator suddenly parted, and a blood-red beam of light shot out. Due to its high speed and short distance, the elderly cultivator, hindered by formations, had no time to evade. He could only face it with a slight change in his expression, enveloping himself in a burst of yellow light to withstand the attack. Under the thick blood-red beam, the nascent soul stage cultivator staggered back 2 steps, struggling to maintain his balance. However, just then, a flash of cyan light appeared from the side, and to the surprise of the elderly cultivator, Han Li suddenly materialized beside him. With both hands tightly gripping a silver giant sword, he viciously slashed downwards. Now the elderly cultivator was truly startled. There was clearly no one here just now. What kind of mysterious technique did the other party use? Although he was shocked, without hesitation, the yellow light on his body suddenly surged, preparing to directly face Han Li's giant sword. Han Li chuckled lightly. Suddenly, he disappeared before the elderly cultivator's eyes, while around him came the sound of whooshing as a dozen or so thin red threads appeared out of nowhere, fiercely stabbing towards him. The elderly cultivator was horrified by the flying needles. As someone well-versed in the mystical artifacts of the cultivation world, he naturally knew a great deal. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in a bright yellow light. He was about to destroy these sinister artifacts, which were dangerous even to those in the cultivation world, to prevent being harmed by them unknowingly. With a loud bang, Han Li flashed behind him and swung down his sword. The yellow light immediately flickered, and then more than 10 thin red threads, as eerie as snakes, drilled into the yellow light, piercing through several feet and continuing to drill forward relentlessly. The elderly cultivator was both shocked and furious. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he reached for his storage pouch. At this moment, he began to understand. Under the opponent's formations and mysterious attacks, with his vital energy greatly depleted, relying solely on a single magic treasure, it seemed difficult for him to emerge victorious. But before he could retrieve anything else, 2 blood-red lights as thick as thumbs flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. Then, they sharply shot into his protective yellow light. As a result of enduring the strike of Han, Li's silver sword, and being entangled by those flying needles, the dimly flickering yellow aura around him was easily pierced through by these seemingly unremarkable blood rays. The elder's face turned deathly pale. However, being a core formation stage cultivator, he sensed the danger in the instant the blood rays pierced through his protective yellow aura. Without even considering retrieving any treasures, he abruptly tilted his body with all his might. Immediately, a blood ray grazed past his ear. The ancient elder let out a painful ayo and almost knelt to the ground with weak legs. However, Han Li's attack didn't stop there. The towering figure of Kun burst out of the sea, 2 blood-red rays shooting out from his hands. At the same time, Han Li expressionlessly wielded his silver sword into a massive silver light cluster, continuously clashing against the golden light while emitting a harsh crackling sound, piercing to the ears. His other hand pulled out a thick stack of talismans, instantly unleashing numerous fireballs and ice spikes, causing various hues and explosive sounds to resound continuously. The ancient elder, recovering from the intense pain, panicked. He clearly felt that under the immense pressure of the formation and the relentless attacks from the opponent, the consumption of his elemental bowl was too great to sustain the defense of his golden light. In his horror, he disregarded everything and attempted to use secret techniques to forcefully extract mana again. However, Han Li's incantation unexpectedly sounded before his action. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater began to swirl frantically. The immense pressure pressing down on him increased several times in an instant, causing the last trace of golden light on him to emit a mournful squeak. In his incredulous gaze, the golden light around him suddenly disappeared without a trace. More than a dozen flying needles that broke free immediately flashed red and pierced through his vital points, causing the ancient elder to sway and finally kneel half to the ground. With a flash of silver light, Han Li silently passed by his side. Then, the head of this 6th hall elder flew out more than 10 feet away. Blood immediately spurted several feet high, and a strong smell of blood spread out. Hanley breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately took a step forward, rushed back to the corpse, lifted the storage pouch at his waist with his silver sword, and grabbed it. At the same time, Kun also picked up the yellow, bowl-shaped magic treasure. Then Hanley took Kun with him, flashing out of the large array, released the divine arc, and immediately soared into the sky with the flying device. After flying for only about 30 miles, Hanley plunged into the sea below and immediately dived tens of meters deep. Then he collected the magical instruments, took out a red gauze that cut off the breath, covered himself and Kun, and both of them used an unnamed mantra to refine their breath. After doing all this for a while, a powerful and angry divine sense descended nearby and searched the sky and sea around here. Although this divine sense checked very carefully, it failed to find any trace of Hanley and Kun. The violent divine sense swept past the two and hastily chased after other places. It was only then that Hanley truly relaxed. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to show up immediately on the surface of the sea. Instead, he simply released a light blue shield under the sea, enveloping the two of them and isolating them from the seawater, then sat cross-legged with Kun to recuperate. They lurked in the sea for half a month. During this period, for the first few days, the powerful divine sense seemed unwilling to give up. It repeatedly searched Hanley's location several times, but each time Hanley seized the opportunity to refine his breath early, making it return empty-handed. Now, this divine sense has completely disappeared and hasn't appeared for more than 10 days. Only then did Hanley dare to start moving. He carefully flew out of the sea for more than 100 miles, then flew full speed in a certain direction. Returning to Star Island was out of the question. He had to find another place to settle down. Although he didn't know what kind of unspeakable relationship the two Sixth Hall cultivators, Goo and Meow, and the young man named Wu Chu had, they were willing to kill to silence others. But it's definitely not something he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, could get involved in. It's better to stay far away from the influence of both parties. However, it's a pity about the cave mansion of Ziohuan Island and the 3 precious formation instruments. Coupled with the other magical instruments lost in the battle, he suffered a big loss. Hanley laughed bitterly while flying on the flying device. However, compared to the misfortunes of middle-aged Confucian scholars and others, he had finally saved his life and had nothing to complain about. While Hanley was comforting himself, he suddenly felt a movement in his heart and took out the storage pouch of the ancient elder. He had been on edge for a while and hadn't had the chance to check this item. Now it was time to take a look. A storage pouch of a core formation cultivator shouldn't be too shabby. Hopefully, it could make up for some of his losses this time. After slowly immersing his divine sense in the storage pouch, Hanley was overjoyed by the dozens of mid-grade spirit stones inside. This ancient elder was truly wealthy. He actually carried so many spirit stones with him. Could it be that, like himself, He was accustomed to carrying all his belongings with him. If that were the case, so many spirit stones seemed normal for a core formation cultivator who had cultivated for many years. After thinking like this, Han Li finally shifted his attention away from the spirit stones and onto several other items. A yellow jade bottle about an inch high, 2 talismans flashing blue and gold, a Taoist scripture, and a round ball emitting a blue light. The rest were just some miscellaneous items of little value. The Taoist scripture wasn't of much interest. It was an upper-level cultivation method called Earth Departure Decision, which he wouldn't bother practicing. The 2 talismans, on the other hand, were good items. One depicted a golden sword talisman, and the other depicted an unknown talisman with a blue dragon, which pleased Han Li. As for the round ball, Han Li took it out and played with it for a while before confirming that it was the inner core of some 5th-grade demon beast, naturally also an extremely rare item. Finally, there was the inconspicuous little bottle. But when Han Li opened the lid of the yellow bottle, 5 thumb-sized yellow pills rolled out. These pills were not only the same size, but also had a bright color, crystal clear, and emitted a strange medicinal fragrance. Earth dust pill. Looking at the pills in his palm, Han Li was stunned. Although he had never seen the actual item, the shape, color, and fragrance of the pills were exactly as described in the elixir appraisal he had bought. What else could this item be if not this? Han Li gently picked up a pill with 2 fingers and held it up to his eyes, smiling faintly after inspecting it for a moment. Finally, his desperate efforts weren't in vain. With these dust-descending pills, the chances of him and Kun successfully forming their nascent souls would increase. After carefully storing away the pills, Han Li placed the bottle back into his storage pouch. Now, Han Li needed to find a place with spiritual energy and safety to quickly form his nascent soul. Whether it was for Kun or himself, entering the nascent soul stage would give them a chance against pursuers during this critical period. However, forming a nascent soul was not something that could be achieved in a short amount of time. Apart from those rare geniuses with spiritual roots, other cultivators needed sufficient spiritual herbs and time to break through the bottleneck. The snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid he wanted to purchase were 2 essential elixirs for nascent soul formation. Without them, it wasn't impossible to form a nascent soul, but the success rate would be so low that it would drive cultivators to despair. Although no one had officially recorded it, it was said to be far below 1%. In addition to these 2 items, other spiritual herbs could be consumed during nascent soul formation, and the more varieties used, the greater the hope of success. However, none were as effective as the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid. Of course, just like those 2 items, using other spiritual herbs excessively would be ineffective. After all, this wasn't qi cultivation. Consuming different spiritual herbs in moderation was best, as too much might have the opposite effect. But ironically, other spiritual herbs were not as effective as the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid, yet they were even harder to find and rarer. Most of them required one or even several types of millennium spiritual herbs as ingredients. For ordinary cultivators who could afford such extravagance, at most, besides snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid, adding one or two more varieties would be considered extremely luxurious. Of course, for Han Li, this wasn't a big problem. Except for several rare spiritual herbs he didn't have or had never heard of, he had cultivated and prepared over a dozen auxiliary nascent soul formation spiritual herbs during his years of cultivation on Zaya-Ohuan Island, which were safely stored in one of his storage pouches. What was even more surprising was that these spiritual herbs didn't require the refining of a cultivator's innate true fire. They could be easily concocted like ordinary medicinal herbs. And the prescriptions were easily found in various classics. This puzzled Han Li for a long time, and he still didn't fully understand it. The 5 dust descending pills he obtained should be an auxiliary medicine needed by cultivators during nascent soul formation in the chaotic star sea, which is why they were so rare and precious. However, it wasn't as if taking these auxiliary herbs would significantly increase the nascent soul formation success rate compared to other cultivators. According to the information Han Li gathered, even with his extremely luxurious nascent soul formation method, it would only increase the success rate by 1 or 2/10 compared to other cultivators forming nascent souls. It was just slightly better than not using them at all. Of course, these were just Han Li's speculative words. Furthermore, the process of nascent soul formation couldn't be completed in a short period. According to various classics, and the nascent soul formation experience mentioned by Li Hueyuan, the entire process of nascent soul formation would last for 3 to 5 years. The specific duration would depend on a person's aptitude. During this period, one must avoid extreme emotions, and it was forbidden to engage in battles or fights with others. At the same time, one needed to absorb a certain amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Therefore, it was imperative for Han Li to find an island with some spiritual energy to seclude himself and form his nascent soul. Thinking like this, Han Li took out a jade slip from his body, which contained a huge sea area map centered around islands like Quixing Island. Han Li concentrated and spent some effort before finally determining his approximate location on the map. Then, he searched for some remote islands with annotations on the entire sea map. After about a meal's time, Han Li weakly exited the jade slip. Then, after looking at the sea surface around him and the blazing sun in the sky, Han Li adjusted his direction with narrowed eyes, and with Kun, turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky. Along the way, Han Li temporarily stayed on deserted islands to recover his mana. Whenever he encountered islands occupied by cultivators or people, He immediately avoided them without daring to stay for long, fearing leaving traces that could be traced by others. After changing directions several times like this, Han Li finally sped towards his true destination. 2 months later, the figures of Han Li and Kun appeared in the sky above an extremely remote island. This island was far smaller than Kuixing Island, but it was much larger than ordinary small islands, barely squeezing into the category of medium-sized islands. This was Han Li's destination after a long journey, Sea Ape Island. Apart from a small number of mortals, most of the inhabitants here were low-level cultivators without a foundation. There was no talk of island owners. It was completely a free place where people came and went as they pleased. The reason for the island's name was the presence of a peculiar low-level demon beast called the Sea Ape in the nearby sea area. These demon beasts looked no different from ordinary monkeys, but the only difference was that they not only could use low-level spells like water arrows, but also had quite high intelligence. Adult sea apes had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and they could dive into the deep sea to fish for food, making them beloved creatures for cultivators to tame and use as servants in their caves. Although sea apes were listed as demon beasts, a cultivator in the 5th or 6th layer of chi condensation could easily defeat and capture them. Therefore, every year, there were small boats from various places stopping here to hire low-level cultivators to capture and sell them. Some small merchants simply formed partnerships to set up arrays here and established long-term shops to buy live sea apes at low prices. When ships arrived at certain times, they would transport them in large quantities at once. In this way, the island naturally attracted some low-level cultivators who were here to earn spirit stones. However, after the array was established, other wandering cultivators quickly settled here, completely because Sea Ape Island unexpectedly had a huge spiritual vein. Although the quality of the spiritual vein was not very good, it was large and extensive enough for low-level cultivators to cultivate in almost any part of the island. And the so-called spiritual eyes and places with slightly denser spiritual energy on the island were not much different from other places on the island. There was no need for high-level cultivators to fight over them. With such thin spiritual energy and a remote island that only produced some peculiar sea ape products, it naturally didn't attract the attention of those major powers and was entirely a free domain for low-level cultivators to indulge in. Although there were occasionally foundation establishment or nascent soul cultivators coming to the island, they were mostly passing through. It was just the perfect place for Han Li to hide and form his nascent soul. 2 days later, Han Li stood in a certain barren mountain corner on the island, looking at the temporary cave he had opened up, feeling extremely satisfied. Besides a simple medicinal garden and 2 hidden secret chambers, there were no other complicated structures in the new cave. Of course, Han Li used a set of formation tools and set up a common concealment array to seal the entrance of the cave. He carefully released 2 blood jade spiders from a special bag for storing spiritual beasts and let them guard the entrance of the cave. After years of training, the sizes of these 2 white spiders had grown to the size of a human head, and they had even risen by 2 levels, reaching the level of early stage grade 1, which was enough to deal with ordinary chi condensation cultivators. They were also the only exotic creatures Hanli brought with him from the real cave on Xayoohuan Island. As for other exotic creatures, they were left in the true cave on Xayoohuan Island. Hanley guessed that if those guys with any conspiracy were unwilling to kill him or avenge the cultivator surnamed Gu, they would definitely search for his true cave on Xayoohuan Island. Although there were 3 large arrays outside the true and false caves, they wouldn't last long under the strong attacks of nascent soul cultivators. The true cave didn't need to be mentioned. It would definitely be exposed. As for the false cave, according to Han Li's calculations, the probability of being discovered or not discovered should be 50-50. Because the underground passage leading to the true cave was not covered by any easily noticeable formations. Instead, it cleverly used ordinary world mechanisms, ingeniously blocking the entrance with a stone chair carved from a huge rock. If someone only searched the mountain peak where the false cave was located, Han Li was confident that they would definitely not notice anything unusual. But if the person was meticulous and liked to investigate thoroughly, it would be hard to say. After all, the unique aura of the exotic creatures in the other mountain peak couldn't escape the powerful divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. In this way, although Han Li felt a little reluctant to leave those exotic creatures he had never been able to tame, he could only leave it to fate. Of course, if they weren't discovered and hadn't been fed for 5 or 6 years, those poisonous creatures would probably not die. They had examples of surviving for several years without eating. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li and Kun each entered a secret chamber. Before taking the spiritual medicine, Han Li meditated in the secret chamber for several days, adjusting his true essence and spiritual energy to the optimal state. Then, he carefully dripped a few drops into his mouth from the small bottle containing the heavenly fire liquid, quickly storing the bottle away and closing his eyes to wait for the medicine to take effect. Soon, the meridians in Han Li's body began to heat up, and his true essence boiled like boiling water, flowing rapidly along the meridians. A bit alarmed, Han Li hurriedly took out an unidentified spiritual medicine from his body, poured it into his mouth without hesitation, and began to quietly cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique to break through the bottleneck. When the 7th layer of the sword technique was perfected, it would be the day Han Li successfully formed his nascent soul. Of course, before this, Han Li had already instructed Kun next door to also take the heavenly fire liquid and other auxiliary spiritual medicines. Kun cultivated the blood-refining divine light, a type of fast-track demonic technique that under normal circumstances had no chance of forming a nascent soul. However, with the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, the situation was naturally different. So, Kun's situation was quite different from Han Li's. Kun didn't rely on a certain technique to condense his golden core. Instead, he directly refined the energy of the pill to form a fiend core after taking the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. Compared to Han Li's nascent soul formation, his process was much simpler. Therefore, after giving some specific instructions, Han Li left Kun next door without further distraction. Although Han Li's chances of forming a nascent soul this time were slim, he still had to try his best. Even if he couldn't succeed, he could accumulate more experience for the next attempt. With this in mind, Han Li gradually closed off all his senses to the outside world and completely immersed himself in the bitter cultivation of refining qi. At this moment, the passage of time outside became meaningless to Han Li. Days passed by. Spring came and winter went. 4 years later, Sea Ape Island was still chaotic, and the port and the only city on the island were in a slight state of excitement. Because this was the season when many sea apes surfaced to mate, many low-level cultivators hurriedly entered and exited the island, capturing these elusive creatures that were difficult to find at other times. While the cultivators were delighted to earn spirit stones, the merchants were also happily purchasing them. However, at noon, a scene that astonished nearby cultivators occurred in a remote barren mountain on the island. The clear blue sky suddenly changed. A vast expanse of dark clouds covered the sky over the barren mountain, accompanied by silver lightning and deafening thunder, swirling like mad snakes. At the same time, the spiritual energy from all directions converged towards the barren mountain, forming a huge vortex with a diameter of several miles under the black clouds, absorbing all the nearby spiritual energy, shocking the scattered cultivators. These cultivators, even the most ignorant ones, knew what was happening. This astonishing phenomenon was clearly the appearance of a nascent soul cultivator in the cultivation world. Another nascent soul cultivator was about to emerge in the chaotic star sea. However, it was unexpected that someone would attempt to form a nascent soul in such a spiritually deprived place, which greatly surprised the scattered cultivators. Amidst their envy and astonishment, they naturally wanted to see what was happening. If they could establish a connection with this high-level cultivator, or even become their disciple, wouldn't that be a great thing? But before these people arrived, the spiritual vortex in the distance seemed to have absorbed enough spiritual energy. After a clear phoenix cry, it dissipated completely. Under the chaotic spiritual energy, a 5-colored radiance faintly appeared, exceptionally beautiful. Then the clouds dispersed, the thunder and lightning disappeared, and everything returned to normal, with the weather still sunny and clear. At this moment, before these scattered cultivators could approach the mountain, a chilling voice sounded in their ears. Those who trespass near this mountain die. This extremely cold statement was devoid of any emotion, causing the faces of a dozen low-level cultivators to change drastically. They instinctively stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Obviously, this newly formed nascent soul cultivator didn't appreciate being disturbed. After exchanging glances for a while, they wouldn't recklessly approach the mountain, so they silently returned. But soon after, news of a cultivator successfully forming a nascent soul spread throughout Sea Ape Island. This surprised most of the cultivators who were unaware of the situation. A cultivator actually chose to form a nascent soul on Sea Ape Island, which was extremely puzzling. Immediately, many new caves were opened up around the barren mountain, as cultivators hoped to stay nearby and cultivate in the hopes of encountering this nascent soul cultivator. For a while, the place became bustling with activity. However, no one knew that in a certain cave on the barren mountain, the person who had successfully formed the nascent soul had long since left. The real nascent soul cultivator was flying high in the sky thousands of miles away. Accompanying him was a calm young man who had not yet formed his nascent soul, Han Li. As Han Li looked at Kun sitting beside him, although his expression remained unchanged, a hint of relief appeared in his heart. In fact, he had stopped his closed-door cultivation a year ago. After 3 years of taking spiritual medicine and cultivating diligently, Han Li had to admit that there was no hope of success in forming his nascent soul this time. There was not even a trace of solidifying true essence. So he simply stopped cultivating and focused on assisting Hun in forming his nascent soul. As a result, with the strong assistance of many spiritual medicines, Hun didn't disappoint Han Li's expectations. A few days ago, he finally formed his fiend core amidst the convergence of the dragon and tiger. The smoothness of the process surprised Han Li himself. Feeling joyful, Han Li drove away the curious onlookers. Then he immediately abandoned the cave and secretly left Sea Ape Island with Kun. Now he was returning to Zaya-Ohuan Island to see if the true cave still existed. He believed that after 4 years, those people wouldn't still be watching Zaya-Ohuan Island for nascent soul cultivators. If it was intact, he naturally had to take the exotic creatures inside and leave, then leave this southwestern sea area for good. The chaotic star sea was so vast that with Kun's initial nascent soul cultivation, it was impossible for him to find a place without Han Li's protection. Moreover, although Kun couldn't use the green radiance sword due to his incompatible spiritual roots, he could still barely wield the primordial gourd obtained from the ancient elder. Even though he couldn't completely refine the treasure or fully unleash its power, at least he could use it to barely fight nascent soul cultivators and other treasures. Furthermore, Han Li had handed over the golden sword charm treasure and the golden skull charm treasure he had obtained earlier to Kun, leaving only the small knife charm treasure for himself. With Kun's nascent soul cultivation, he didn't need to channel spiritual power for a long time to activate the charm treasures. He could instantly activate them to attack the enemy, compensating for the insufficient power of his treasures. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li urged the divine wind boat with all his strength, turning into a white light and flying towards Kui Xing Island. More than a month later, Han Li and Kun's figures appeared in the sky above Xiaohuan Island. Han Li first used his spiritual sense to search the surroundings of Xiaohuan Island, but didn't detect any other cultivators' presence. Then, he and Kun, with peace of mind, activated their magical tools and flew from the dock into the island, heading towards the mountain peak where their cave was located. Although they were still far from the tall and short peaks, Han Li's spiritual sense had already swept over both peaks in advance. The Han Li inside the magical tool was stunned. Not only were the real and fake caves intact, but even the three formations outside were undamaged. This was beyond his expectations. However, instead of feeling relieved at this strange sight, Han Li became even more vigilant. When he was still some distance away from the mountain, the divine wind boat stopped. He didn't rush to enter the formation, but instead looked around with a gloomy expression. Inside and outside the mountain, as well as all around, there was nothing unusual. After pondering for a moment, Han Li suddenly raised his eyebrows, stepped on the divine wind boat under his feet, and finally flew into the large formation. The formation was still the same as when Han Li left 4 years ago, showing no signs of change. After a brief inspection, Han Li entered the cave without hesitation. He naturally didn't care about the fake cave on the short peak, but entered the real cave directly through the underground passage. Then, he strode towards the secret chamber where the exotic creatures were kept. In the secret chamber where the exotic creatures were kept, Han Li had opened dozens of stone rooms of various sizes on a wall of blue stone. To prevent them from escaping, Han Li had also set up some small restrictions between the stone rooms to prevent them from breaking out. In Han Li's view, although most of these exotic creatures were ranked high, they were mostly young, and these restrictions, even if ordinary, were enough to keep them trapped. But now, all the restrictions in the chambers were gone, and all the stone doors were riddled with holes like beehives, completely destroyed. Han Li was somewhat stunned, and with a thought, Kun took a large step forward and pushed open the nearest stone door. Inside was empty, with nothing at all. Han Li let out a sigh. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still extremely frustrated. After scanning the secret chamber, Han Li turned his head and focused his gaze back on the stone door. Then, without saying a word, he walked over, crouched in front of the damaged stone door. The damage to the stone door was very strange, covered with densely packed small holes of the same size. But what puzzled Han Li was that the insides of these small holes were not smooth, but rather extremely rough, unlike something caused by a magical weapon. Frowning, Han Li slowly stood up. He closed his eyes slowly, and his spiritual sense instantly swept through the other secret chambers. Similarly, they were all empty, and even the secret chambers housing exotic creatures ranked within the top 100 were in the same condition, which made Han Li feel somewhat distressed. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he left this room and headed towards another secret chamber. It was also an empty room, but after entering, Han Li didn't hesitate to bend down and pick up something from the blue stone floor. Placing the object in his palm, he examined it closely. It was a small insect shell the size of a bean, shimmering silver, as if made of pure silver, extremely beautiful. Han Li touched the shell with his finger and felt its surface smooth and extremely hard. After pondering for a moment, he was certain that this object was definitely not the shell of the exotic creatures he had raised. With this realization, Han Li's expression became solemn, and he narrowed his eyes. He focused his spiritual sense on the surroundings of these chambers, inch by inch. He refused to believe that there were no clues to be found. After a moment, Han Li made an unexpected discovery in the medicinal garden. Underneath a robust flower tree, there hung a shining silver ball, which was definitely not originally in the cave. Han Li beckoned Kun and walked out of the secret chamber, heading towards the medicinal garden. The silver ball was not very large, only the size of a child's head. However, the dazzling, eerie silver light it emitted was extremely eye-catching. Han Li stood at the entrance of the medicinal garden, staring at the silver ball intently. He felt as if he had heard of this silver ball somewhere before, but for a moment he couldn't recall. But this object was definitely related to the silver insect shell. A flash of insight crossed Han Li's mind, and he hurriedly reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a green jade slip, the one containing the cultivation experience of breeding insects from the myriad spirit sect. As he immersed his mind in it, Han Li quickly found relevant content on the 12th position on the list of exotic creatures. Devouring gold beetle, a ferocious creature that gathers in swarms, ranked 12th on the list of exotic creatures. It loves to feed on exotic creatures, adept at swallowing precious metals and spiritual energy, extremely fierce, impervious to water and fire, fond of gathering around spherical objects, and dwelling under spiritual wood. It can be trapped by jade or wooden objects, and it is mutually restrained by spider-like exotic creatures. After reading through these introductions several times, Han Li was both shocked and delighted. He couldn't help but look back at the silver ball. Although the carefully cultivated exotic creatures were gone, if it were replaced by the devouring gold beetle, ranked before the golden-backed knife mantis, it would be more than acceptable. However, according to the jade slip, apart from jade and wood, the devouring gold beetle almost ate anything, making it difficult to capture. But fortunately, he still had 2 blood jade spiders. Although ranked much lower than the devouring gold beetle, they should be able to restrain it. Because according to the description in the jade slip, the silver devouring gold beetle should be a newly hatched larva, already at the first rank of the white spider, much higher than these devouring gold beetles. But before that, he wanted to try these insects and see if they were as powerful as described in the jade slip. With this in mind, Han Li immediately ordered Kun to take action. Kun looked at the silver ball, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. With a raise of his hand, 5 fingers spread out, and a large swath of blood-red light flew out, enveloping the silver ball. However, the silver ball remained motionless, as if it were an inanimate object. Seeing this scene, Han Li rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat disappointed. The myriad spirit sect cultivator had boasted about how powerful this insect was, so why was its reaction so slow? After hesitating for a moment, Han Li instructed Kun to try other methods. Kun looked at the silver ball, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. With a raise of his hand, a green spell struck the blood-red light surrounding the silver ball. Instantly, the blood-red light turned from red to purple and began to burn fiercely, quickly consuming half of it in the blink of an eye. The silver ball finally showed a change under the scorching demonic fire. It split into countless silver lights, resembling grains of sand, emitting a buzzing sound. Han Li focused his gaze, only to see that these silver lights were small flying insects the size of soybeans, with a pair of visible fangs. Their appearance was no different from ordinary beetles, and there was nothing particularly special about them. Han Li was puzzled. Could it be that these were not devouring gold beetles, and he had made a mistake? But after watching for a while longer, Han Li was shocked. Because in the demonic fire of Kun, these beetles not only showed no signs of being burned to ashes, but also jumped and leaped at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, they were rapidly devouring the demonic fire, and half of the purple flames disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Han Li was ecstatic. He immediately loosened a pouch at his waist, and 2 white lights flew out from it, landing steadily on the ground. They were the 2 blood jade spiders the size of human heads. Without hesitation, Han Li gave the order to capture them alive. Instantly, as the last bit of demonic fire was consumed by the devouring gold beetles, the beetles transformed into silver arrow shapes and shot towards the spider webs. Pluff, pluff 2 sounds, the 2 white spider webs firmly trapped. The silver arrows forming a web group. The devouring gold beetles inside began to go crazy. After emitting a piercing scream, they began to gnaw on the silk threads, seeming to have the intention of breaking free from the web. But the 2 white spiders didn't give them a chance. After a few leaps, they arrived at the web group and continuously sprayed white liquid from their mouths. In a moment, they wrapped them into a huge ball. However, Han Li also knew that this spider web probably couldn't trap these devouring gold beetles for long. So he quickly took out a jade box from his body, squeezed the soft web group into it in 3 or 2 strokes, and then immediately closed the lid and put it into the storage pouch. When storing demonic beasts, one should use specialized spirit beast bags. Otherwise, ordinary demonic beasts would suffocate to death in the storage pouch due to lack of air. However, exotic creatures listed on the exotic creatures list were different. They had extremely robust vitality and could survive without breathing in the storage pouch. Otherwise, that myriad spirit sect cultivator wouldn't have carried so many larvae in various bottles and jars with him. Of course, if one wanted to command beasts and enemies, specialized spirit beast bags were the most suitable. Not only was it convenient to summon spirit beasts, but it was also easier to train them. Most importantly, spirit beast bags could shrink large demonic beasts and store them in the bag. A storage pouch couldn't shrink living creatures. So even for exotic creatures like these, which had large bodies, specialized spirit beast bags were still the most suitable. After putting away the jade box, fearing that he might have missed something else, Han Li used his spiritual sense to search through the cave and its surroundings again. The result was that apart from finding a densely packed hole on the ground of the storage room, there were no other discoveries. These small holes were probably left by the devouring gold beetles when they burrowed into his cave. With this in mind, Han Li didn't dare to stay in the cave for too long. He immediately left the true and false caves, collected the 3 sets of formation tools, and flew into the sky. Han Li and Kun hastily flew out from Xiao Huan Island, but just as they left the island more than 10 miles behind, Han Li suddenly stopped the divine wind boat. "Don't hide, come out," Han Li calmly said, looking ahead. "Huh," there was a surprised voice from the void. Then various lights flickered, and 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators revealed themselves not far away. "Han Li, you and the cultivator surnamed have been exposed for killing disciples of the Tail Star Island Master for the descending dust pills. Now, we, the law enforcement cultivators, under the orders of the Wooden Island Master, are here to subdue you and hand you over to the Zhantai Island Master for judgment. It's best for you to surrender quickly." A Foundation establishment cultivator in the later stage arrogantly shouted at Han Li. Han Li and Kun had been concealing their cultivation to deceive these people, making them underestimate their strength. Although they were somewhat surprised that Han Li had detected their presence, leading to the ambush's failure, they didn't pay it much mind and decided to take direct action. Han Li calmly assessed them before saying, "Are you cultivators from the Kiwi Star Island? What evidence do you have to accuse me of killing other cultivators?" Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder was momentarily stunned before sneering. "What's this? Even with Elder Meow of the 6 consecutive halls testifying, you still want to quibble? Don't think you can get away with it. The Wooden Island Master has already decreed that you two are extremely cunning. Upon discovery, your cultivation will be immediately abolished before anything else is considered." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Li's expression changed slightly, a cold look appearing on his face. "Cultivation abolished? Doesn't the Wooden Island Master plan to let us explain ourselves?" Han Li asked coldly. He, you've been evading capture for several years, and the evidence is already conclusive. What's there to explain? Everyone, attack. Capture these 2 and bring them back for a reward." The white-haired elder's eyes narrowed, impatience evident in his tone as he turned to instruct the others. Instantly, these cultivators launched their attacks without a word, various magical treasures, emitting dazzling lights as they flew towards Han Li. Han Li's eyelids twitched. This posture wasn't about subduing them and merely abolishing their cultivation. Judging from the hostility in their eyes, they clearly intended to kill them with a single blow. Although Han Li wasn't sure if there were any other tricks involved, he couldn't help but feel a murderous intent rising within him. Hun, kill them. Let none escape. Han Li's voice was low but icy. Hun, who had been standing behind him all along, stepped forward without a word. A startling blood light emanated from his body, turning him into a dazzling sphere of light in an instant. With a low roar, Hun's figure flashed, disappearing into the various lights of the magical treasures. However, his blood-red light suddenly intensified, and numerous magical treasures were enveloped by a blood light with a diameter of tens of yards, slowing down their movements. Hun's figure then reappeared in the center of the blood light, his expressionless hands forming seals as he uttered a word, prohibit. Immediately, as if pushed by an unseen force, all the magical treasures obediently flew to Hun's side, disappearing with a wave of his sleeve, as if being collected. Then, Hun turned his head expressionlessly to the group of law enforcement cultivators, who were already dumbfounded by the scene before them. Foundation establishment stage. He's at the foundation establishment stage. Someone finally realized Hun's true cultivation level, his face pale with shock. The other cultivators were equally panicked, and two clever cultivators immediately turned around, flying away on their flying vessels. As for the white-haired elder, his arrogance was gone, leaving only disbelief written all over his face. Since Hun had accepted Han Li's orders, he would never let these people escape. His eyes turned blood-red, devoid of emotion, as he glanced at the fleeing two cultivators. Without a word, he raised his hands, and two crimson blood pillars gushed out from his palms, incredibly fast, reaching the backs of the two cultivators who had run dozens of yards away in an instant. These two cultivators, one wearing a crystal-clear earth-yellow armor and the other entangled in what seemed to be a high-quality blue light chain, were instantly turned into ashes by the blood light, along with their magical treasures. Seeing this, the other law enforcement cultivators who wanted to escape also lost their color. The white-haired elder, in particular, was so terrified that he hastily shouted, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Hun didn't listen to the excuses of the other party at all. With a shoulder shake, the blood light surrounding him soared into the sky, forming a large blood cloud above the heads of the cultivators. Then, with a wave of Hun's hand, a purple spell flew out, and with a puff, the blood cloud instantly turned into a sky full of purple flames, overwhelming the cultivators on the opposite side. The white-haired elder and the other cultivators below showed despair on their faces, desperately activating defensive magical treasures and begging for mercy. But under Kun's cold gaze, they only managed to hold on for a moment under the purple demonic flames before both themselves and their magical treasures turned to ashes. Then, Kun flashed and picked up the several storage pouches dropped by the cultivators. Han Li had already picked up the storage pouches of the two cultivators who had been killed by the light beams earlier and flew back to Kun's side on the divine wind boat. Let's go. If a nascent soul cultivator comes, it will be troublesome. Han Li murmured as he looked around before activating a magical treasure, turning into a white light and fleeing. 15 minutes later, two streaks of light, one blue and one red, flew from the direction of Kiwi Star Island and arrived at the location where Kun had killed several law enforcement cultivators. After the dazzling light dissipated, a sinister-looking old man and a middle-aged man exuding gray gas appeared in midair. This should be the place. The spiritual energy fluctuation here hasn't dissipated yet. It seems that the culprit just left not long ago, the middle-aged man said gloomily. Among the law enforcement cultivators on Zio Huan Island, this time was this middle-aged man's disciple. The sudden death of this disciple caused abnormalities in the soul card the middle-aged man had used secret techniques on. The middle-aged man immediately knew that his disciple had encountered an accident and immediately rushed over with a friend who was visiting his cave, but he never expected to be a step too late. Elder Yuan, I used the floating cloud tracking art to check. The person who attacked should have fled in this direction. If we pursue now, there is still a 30% chance of intercepting them, the old man said leisurely, pointing in the direction Han Li fled, then spoke slowly. Good, let's go after them. We must intercept the perp. Han Li naturally didn't know that the possible crisis that was supposed to come had been resolved like this. But out of caution, he continued flying day and night towards the northeast. Since he was wanted, he couldn't stay in the southwestern sea area anymore. But if he were to go elsewhere, he would need a complete map of the entire chaotic star sea. However, Han Li only had a map of the southwestern sea area. Therefore, a month later, Han Li stopped on a small island. Although the island was not large, it was quite prosperous because it was located at the junction of the southwestern sea area and other sea areas. Out of caution, Han Li had Kun use some secret technique to conceal their appearances, and they both wore cloaks. In this way, unless a cultivator had a higher cultivation level than Kun, if they tried to peek at the appearances of the two, all they would see was a blurry red light. In the next half-day, Han Li replenished a large amount of materials and bought many books introducing various aspects of the chaotic star sea and related sea area maps, which cost quite a bit. The owners of many small shops in the market were even more delighted by the arrival of Han Li, their big customer. After purchasing everything, Han Li dared not stay for long and left the island on the same day. Sitting on the divine wind boat, Han Li took out one jade slip after another and carefully read them. After some time passed, He sighed and threw the jade slips into his storage bag, pondering. After a careful look, Han Li finally had a rough understanding of the situation in the entire chaotic star sea. The chaotic star sea was vast, but no one knew exactly how big it was, and no one was foolish enough to measure it. The current sea area maps only covered a small part of the chaotic star sea, which was universally acknowledged by all cultivators in the chaotic star sea. The sea areas that had been explored were usually called the inner star sea, while the unexplored peripheral sea areas were called the outer star sea. And what ordinary people referred to as the chaotic star sea actually only referred to the inner star sea. The outer star sea had a more terrifying name, the Demon Sea. Because there were many powerful demons living there, it was said that even cultivators equivalent to the unwind stage were not to be underestimated, which made many low-level cultivators who had never been to the outer star sea marvel for a long time. The records also said that in ancient times, whether it was the inner star sea or the outer star sea, they were both the domain of sea demons, and cultivators could only defend a few lonely small islands. After countless long years, many predecessors of the chaotic star sea gradually eradicated the powerful sea demons and opened up the current sea areas of the inner star sea. Today, the entire chaotic star sea is governed by a massive force called the Star Palace. This force has existed for many years, and even the records do not provide an accurate time of its establishment. The reasons for its establishment are also varied. Some say that it was founded by the seniors who eradicated the sea demons in the beginning, while others say that it was established by a former giant after unifying the chaotic star sea, and so on. Nowadays, the Tianxing Palace has built a super city, Tianxing City, on a giant island in the middle of the inner star sea. Among them, there are two city lords known as the Tianxing Twin Saints, who rule the entire Star Palace organization. These two city lords are extremely mysterious and never leave Tianxing City, let alone show themselves in public, so no one has ever seen their true faces. But the cultivators of the chaotic star speculate that these two saints are either cultivators in the later stage of the unwind stage or transcendent beings in the legendary nascent soul realm. After all, the title of the Tianxing Twin Saints has been circulating for nearly 1,000 years. How could ordinary cultivators have such a long lifespan? In addition to Tianxing City, the Star Palace also controls 8 regions outside the inner star sea and 4 regions in the middle, each taking 3 of the largest islands as directly governed sub-islands. Named the outer 24-star islands and the inner 12-star islands, they support Tianxing City like an arch. Moreover, the appointments of the lords of these star islands are conducted in 2 ways. The inner 12-star islands are appointed by the 2 saint lords within the organization, each selecting 6 people. The outer 24-star islands, on the other hand, hold a public challenge selection every 100 years in Tianxing City. The final winner automatically becomes the island lord, and enjoys great authority in their respective territories. As a result, every 100 years, the selection conference for the Lords of the Outer Islands held in Tianxing City is called the Star Picking Conference. Almost all high-level cultivators from all over the chaotic star sea gather here when the conference is about to convene. These cultivators come for various reasons. Some come directly for the position of Island Lord. Some just want to broaden their horizons and exchange ideas with other fellow cultivators. And still others want to exchange materials, elixirs, and even techniques. It can be described as a gathering of elites, almost making Tianxing City overcrowded at that time. But even on days when the star-picking conference is not held, Tianxing City is bustling and prosperous, with a mix of dragons and snakes. Because this city is extremely free, allowing cultivators of all levels to come and go as they please, except for not allowing fighting in the city and requiring non-residents to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The people of the Star Palace do not interfere in anything in the city. Even the wanted criminals and evil cultivators wanted by the Star Palace will not be actively pursued as long as they cause no trouble in the city. Those big merchants are very satisfied with this free environment, and they have set up permanent storefronts in the city, as well as established their own auction houses and procurement businesses to make a lot of spirit stones. As a result, there are countless rare items from all over the chaotic Star Sea flowing into Tianxing City every year. In addition, Tianxing City has an even more attractive feature that draws many cultivators to come here. Inside the city, the Tianxing Palace has built a teleportation array directly leading to the outer Star Sea. As long as someone is willing to pay a large amount of spirit stones, they can use the teleportation array to teleport to dozens of different-sized demon islands in the outer Star Sea. These islands were opened up by predecessors and have spiritual energy. After arriving at these islands, cultivators can kill various demons nearby, seize demon cores, and then return to Tianxing City to exchange them for spirit stones. With the value of demon cores, almost 1/5 grade demon core can sell for nearly 1,000 spirit stones, while a 6th grade demon core can almost ensure that a foundation establishment cultivator can practice without worry for the rest of their life. Therefore, most of the cultivators who come to Tianxing City every year are attracted by these teleportation arrays. After all, flying to the outer sea without using the teleportation array would take too long, and wandering around in the outer sea like a headless fly is extremely dangerous. When Han Li saw this, he almost decided immediately to go to Tianxing City. Both the safety environment there and the teleportation array that could kill demons and obtain demon cores were quite tempting to him. Of course, besides the Star Palace, there are other large and small forces in the chaotic Star Sea, such as Night Dragon Island, the 4 major commercial leagues, the Charm Demon Sect, the 3 immortal sects, and so on. Of course, Extreme Yin Island and the 6 connected palaces are also considered 2 not insignificant forces. Han Li silently organized the information he had obtained and then took out the sea area map of the chaotic star sea from his body, carefully looking at it for a while. Then he changed the direction of the divine wind boat, and with Kun transformed into white light, broke through the air and went on his way. Several months later, a white light streaked across a certain sea area. Standing on it was Han Li, who looked tired from traveling day after day. Speaking of which, such a long time of long-distance travel was quite a rare experience for Han Li. Because he didn't want to waste this time on the road, Han Li tried to cultivate the great yin technique while flying the artifact, relying on his powerful divine sense. At first, this kind of multitasking was extremely difficult. After all, it wasn't as simple as controlling a puppet with a cultivated clone. It was a real multitasking technique, so mistakes were frequent at the beginning. Either the divine wind boat would start flying crookedly while practicing, or he couldn't concentrate his divine sense on cultivating the great yin technique for several days in a row. But as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After countless trials of multitasking, Han Li could finally barely sit on the side and cultivate the great yin technique without showing any change in expression. However, today, Han Li was not multitasking. Instead, he stood honestly at the front of the divine wind boat, constantly looking ahead. Judging from the deserted island he passed half a month ago, he should have already reached the vicinity of the giant island where Tianxing City is located. Therefore, he felt a little excited. After flying forward for a moment, Han Li's expression moved slightly. Because ahead, there seemed to be a huge black dot vaguely appearing. Without hesitation, Han Li urged the artifact under his feet to accelerate suddenly and flew towards it swiftly. After a moment, the black dot in the distance gradually grew larger, gradually revealing an extremely vague giant black shadow. Although it was not yet clear, the huge silhouette, like a towering pillar reaching the sky, already gave Han Li an extremely majestic and astonishing momentum. As Han Li flew closer in astonishment, he finally got a rough idea of the black shadow. Indeed, it was a city, and it was a super city occupying the entire island. But what surprised Han Li deeply was that the main body of this city was completely different from the cities he had seen before. It was not built on flat ground, but was based on a towering mountain in the center of the island, constructed in concentric circles on its surface. At the bottom of the giant mountain, layers of various buildings were stacked one upon another, extending to the edge of the island with almost no gaps. There was no doubt that this was the first city of the chaotic star sea, Tianxing City. Looking at the houses that stretched into the clouds and appeared as small as ants, Han Li was astonished for a long time. It wasn't until the divine wind boat approached the island dozens of miles away that he came back to his senses and couldn't help but slow down the artifact beneath his feet. Because in the nearby airspace, Han Li was no longer the only one flying an artifact. In near or far places, There were occasional flashes of light heading towards Tianxing City. Han Li sighed inwardly, truly worthy of Tianxing City. Even in such a distant place, other cultivators could be seen. Flying forward for another dozen or so miles, the various colored lights in the sky became even more numerous, and even some huge sea ships appeared below, sailing through the waves. What surprised Han Li even more was that some cultivators were not flying in the sky, but were either riding flat boats or riding low-level demonic beasts on the sea. Shaking his head, Han Li felt a little emotional, then turned into a white light and accelerated. After a while, Han Li arrived at the edge of Tianxing City. Only then did he realize that the city in front of him was surrounded by a towering stone wall dozens of feet high along the coastline. Under the endless high wall, Han Li could see several different-sized gates. There were docks specifically for mortal ships to dock, bays for various demonic beasts to dwell in, and of course, most of them were small city gates that could be passed through by a single cultivator. Han Li followed a blue light and flew towards one of the smaller city gates. It was said to be small, but when Han Li flew over and looked at the towering 7 to 8 zhang tall giant gate, he couldn't help but smirk. In front of Han Li was a dignified-looking woman in blue clothes, who seemed to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage in her cultivation. After a few polite words with the 2 white-clothed cultivators standing under the city gate, she handed over a few spirit stones and casually took a blue ring from the other party's hand and put it on. Then she walked in gracefully. Only then did Han Li, accompanied by Kun, walk over calmly. Are you staying temporarily or residing in the city for a long time? Oh, it turns out to be a senior. Welcome to Tianxing City, senior. According to the rules of our city, all foundation establishment seniors can stay in the city for free. Please accept this identity ring. One of the white-clothed cultivators almost mechanically recited the words he had said countless times. But before he could finish, the other cultivator beside him noticed Khan's identity and hastily pulled at the sleeve of the former. This person was astonished to take another look at Khan, hastily showed a hint of respect, and took out a red ring from his bosom, handing it over. This is my first time in Tianxing City. What is this ring for? Khan asked hoarsely. This is a spiritual ring to prove your identity. The blue one is for temporary stay in the city, which can be obtained by paying 3 spirit stones. The red one is for permanent residence, which requires ordinary cultivators to pay 800 spirit stones to stay in the city permanently. Therefore, the blue ring can only flicker for 7 days. Before the light goes out, the owner of the ring must leave Tianxing City or go to the city gate to exchange for a new ring. The light of the red ring is permanent, but after dropping a drop of essence blood into it, it can recognize the master and shine, so you don't have to worry about it being taken by others. The white-clothed cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage explained to Kun, raising one of his palms, revealing a ring flashing with red light on one of his fingers. Kun silently nodded and accepted the ring. After hesitating for a moment, he dripped essence blood on it and then put it on his hand. "Could you please give me a red one too? I also plan to stay in the city for a long time." Han Li smiled and took out 8 middle-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, handing them to one of the cultivators. The 2 white-clothed cultivators glanced at Han Li with some surprise, but without saying anything, they took the spirit stones and handed over a red ring. After Han Li dripped his essence blood and put it on, he smiled and walked into the city gate with Hun. The streets behind the city gate were not small, but not wide either. 4 people walking side by side or 2 beast carts passing by had more than enough space. And the rows of bluestone houses on the street were obviously mortal shops, and most of the goods bought and sold were ordinary goods, with nothing special to see. There were almost no cultivators on the street, only some ordinary people buying things or talking about something. There was no curiosity or strangeness towards Han Li and Kun, the 2 cultivators. After taking a quick look around, Han Li casually glanced at the sky and found that there were many beams of light flying back and forth, with cultivators flying in the sky. The first city of the chaotic star sea, surprisingly, had no restrictions on flying in the air, which greatly surprised Han Li. But this also made it convenient for him and Kun, so he casually released the divine wind boat and wanted to fly up with Kun. "Please wait a moment, 2 immortal masters." A male voice suddenly came from the side of the street, followed by a thin and lean man with 2 beards walking over from a nearby shop, bowing respectfully to Han Li and Kun. This man's eyes flickered incessantly, showing that he was quite shrewd. However, there was no fluctuation of mana on his body, clearly indicating that he was an ordinary person. Han Li showed a hint of surprise on his face, slightly furrowing his brows and asking, "What's the matter? Do I know you?" He, I am Lu Er. It's also my first time meeting 2 immortal masters," the thin and lean man said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Han Li's face sank, showing an unhappy expression. Before he could say anything, Lu Er hurriedly continued, "Are 2 immortal masters coming to Tian?" "Xing City for the first time. You must be unfamiliar with the roads and situation of this city, but I am a native resident of this city and know it like the back of my hand. If the 2 immortal masters need help finding a place or doing something, having me as a guide will definitely save you a lot of trouble. As long as the immortal masters give me 2 spirit stones, it will be enough." After saying these words, Lu Er looked at Han Li with anticipation. He had already figured out that the young man in front of him seemed to be the decision-maker between the 2. Han Li smiled lightly. "Lu Er, is it? If I'm satisfied, I'll give you 5 spirit stones. But if I'm not satisfied, I won't pay you a single spirit stone." After saying this with a smile, but not a smile, Han Li ignored the other party and boarded the divine wind boat, followed by Kun. Standing on the artifact, Han Li glanced at Lu Er beside him. At this moment, this ordinary person's face was uncertain. When he saw Han Li looking at him, He secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll do as immortal masters say. I will definitely satisfy two immortal masters." Han Li nodded faintly, without showing any surprise. He pressed on the artifact beneath his feet, and the divine wind boat immediately lowered a few points, almost touching the ground. Seeing this, Lu hurriedly went over and stood up carefully. Then the divine wind boat slowly rose into the air and flew slowly towards the giant mountain at the center of the city. When flying dozens of feet into the air, Han Li turned his head to look at Lu, the ordinary person. He saw that although there was a hint of fear on his face, he did not show a more embarrassed expression. Han Li nodded slightly, then casually asked first, "Tell me where I can find a place for cultivators to practice undisturbed." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lu paused for a moment, then couldn't help but glance at the red ring on their hands. When he saw the red ring, he suddenly realized and said, "So Master Han intends to stay in this city. That's easily arranged. Have both of you seen the houses built on the holy mountain? As long as you rent a residence on the mountain, you can cultivate there. I heard from other esteemed masters that the entire holy mountain is a natural spiritual vein. The higher the location of the rented house on the mountain, the more abundant the spiritual energy, but of course, the price will be higher. If you don't want to rent a house and prefer to cultivate alone, you can also rent a ready-made cave dwelling with your own private area. But I heard it's much more expensive than a house. And whether it's a house or a cave dwelling, they are rented on a 100-year basis. You have to pay the fee every 100 years. If you can't pay the next fee when it's due, the masters of the Star Palace will reclaim it." Lu quickly explained to Han Li. "Oh, so as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can rent a place to cultivate on the top floor." Han Li's expression showed considerable interest upon hearing this. "Master is joking, of course. That's not possible." Lu shook his head vigorously. "The holy mountain is divided into 81 layers from bottom to top. The first 50 layers are open to foreign masters, and as long as you have spirit stones, you can rent a place to cultivate. The last 30 layers are only for the masters of the Star Palace. As for the highest layer, it is the Holy Palace, the residence of the two holy masters. No one is allowed to enter," Lu said awkwardly. After thinking for a moment, Han Li decisively said, "All right, show me the way. Let's find a place to stay first." "Yes, sir, I'll lead the way. If the masters fly towards the holy mountain, there is an attic at the foot of the mountain specifically for handling these matters." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine wind boat turned into a white light and flew towards the distant giant mountain. The giant mountain didn't seem far, but Han Li flew for a full quarter of an hour before he really approached the foot of the mountain. Under Lu guidance, the divine wind boat landed in front of a magnificent building. Apart from Han Li, there were many cultivators coming and going here, with radiance rising or descending from time to time. After looking around, Han Li took Hun and Lu into the building with tall steps. As soon as they entered the building, they saw more than a dozen cultivators talking to a white-robed cultivator at 5 or 6 solitary stone tables. Some of these people were extremely happy, some frowned, and even 2 of them begged the white-robed cultivator opposite them, showing various expressions. Han Li silently observed everything in front of him for a while. "Master, there's no one over there. Should we go?" After a moment, Lu reminded Han Li cautiously. Han Li naturally saw the empty stone table, so he nodded. But this time, Kun took the lead, and Han Li followed behind him. This change surprised Lu, who had always thought that Han Li was the one in charge, and he followed along somewhat puzzled. "Elder, do you want to rent a residence on the Holy Mountain? How many layers are you planning to rent? The higher the layer, the more expensive it is." After the white-robed cultivator glanced at Kun, he immediately showed respect and said, "It seemed that a nascent soul cultivator was respected wherever they went." This was also why Han Li had Kun take the lead. "We want a cave dwelling. Are there any available? The higher the better," Kun said expressionlessly. "A cave dwelling? Elder, please wait a moment. Let me check." Hearing Kun's tone, the white-robed cultivator's spirits lifted, and he quickly took out a jade slip and began to search. "We have them. There are 3 on the 31st layer, 4 on the 39th layer, and 2 on the 47th layer. Here are the prices and the structure and functions of the cave dwellings." The white-robed cultivator took out several jade slips and placed them on the stone table. Kun heard this and didn't hesitate to pick them up one by one to inspect them with his divine sense. Han Li always thought he had no shortage of spirit stones, and even among nascent soul stage cultivators, he could be considered wealthy. But after seeing the rental fees for these cave dwellings, he was still shocked. He didn't even ask about the cave dwelling on the 47th layer, just the ones on the 30s, which made Han Li's heart ache. Just the rental fee for 100 years was as high as 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, which was exorbitant. Seeing Kun's face change slightly, the cultivator opposite seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained with a smile, "Elder, although the spiritual vein of our holy mountain may not be the number 1 in the chaotic star sea, it ranks in the top 5 without a doubt. Even practicing at the foot of the holy mountain is much faster than in the best locations of ordinary spiritual veins. After passing the 30th layer, the cultivation speed increases by almost a quarter or more. That's why the rental fee for cave dwellings is so high, but it's definitely worth it." Han Li frowned upon hearing this. At this point, Kun had already inspected all the jade slips. "Let's take this one." At Han Li's order, Kun picked up a jade slip and handed it over. It was a cave dwelling on the 39th layer with more comprehensive functions. "All right, the fee is 2,700 spirit stones." The white-robed cultivator was also overjoyed to see Kun really renting the valuable cave dwelling, and he quickly and efficiently said. This time, Han Li didn't let Kun do it, and took out more than 20 intermediate-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. "This is the prohibition token for the cave dwelling. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the cave dwelling. However, after 100 years, this token will be revoked. Please keep it safe, Elder." When the cultivator received the spirit stones, he smiled and took out a yellow token, handing it to Kun. Kun took the token without a word and turned to leave. Tan Li and Lu who hadn't dared to interrupt, followed him out of the building. "It's really expensive. Just finding a place to cultivate costs so many spirit stones." Walking out of the building, Hanley breathed a sigh of relief and muttered with some frustration. This really reduced his wealth by a lot. I wonder if the two esteemed masters want to go anywhere else. After stealing a glance at Han Li, Lu asked softly. He was already stunned by Han Li's lavish spending of so many spirit stones. Although he had acted as a guide for other cultivators before, those masters at most spent a dozen or so spirit stones, or dozens at most. Spending 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones at once was something he had only heard of before, but now he had seen it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Lu became even more respectful towards Han Li, and his confidence in receiving compensation also increased. After all, since the other party had spent so much, as long as he satisfied them, they wouldn't be stingy with his reward. "Take me to the market in the city and introduce me to some larger shops." After giving Lu a glance, Han Li said casually. Then, with Kun and Lu he boarded the Divine Wind boat again and flew away. Half a day later, Han Li lay on a large wooden bed, his hands behind his head, thinking about something. Not long ago, with Lu introduction, he had familiarized himself with all the important places in Tianxing City, and then gave the agreed-upon reward before parting ways. Seeing Lu happily leave, he then went alone to this cave dwelling that cost a fortune to rent on the 39th layer. This cave dwelling was indeed as described in the jade slip, not only secluded and quiet, but also had a sizable medicinal garden. But what pleased Han Li even more was the extremely abundant spiritual energy here, far beyond that of ordinary spiritual veins. Compared to his old cave dwelling in Tianan, it was not just a little bit better. This made Han Li feel that it was quite worth it. The array restrictions attached to this cave dwelling were also quite powerful, almost no worse than his simplified version of the reversal 5 elements array. However, Han Li was not confident in relying solely on the original array to ensure his safety. He planned to rest for a while, and then set up his several large arrays outside this array the next day. Only then would he truly be secure, and he would have time to replan his cultivation plan. Lost in thought, Han Li fell asleep unknowingly. For the past few months, he had been flying on magical treasures, which was quite exhausting. The next morning, Han Li began bustling around as soon as he woke up. He set up 3 large arrays outside the cave dwelling, then planted various medicinal herbs in the empty medicine garden to be used for refining spiritual medicines in the future. Finally, he went to the market in the city and bought many high-quality jade pieces. After returning to the cave dwelling, he embedded these jade pieces in a room several dozen meters in size, not leaving a single inch untouched. After turning the stone walls of the secret room into jade walls, Han Li carefully released the golden devouring bugs into it. He had high hopes for these bugs, which ranked so high. After properly training them, he hoped they would be able to assist him in the future. Although the golden devouring insect ranks high on the list of rare insects, according to the jade slip from the mystic spirit sect cultivator, its individual abilities are limited, relying mainly on sheer numbers to prevail. If there are only a dozen or even dozens of them, they won't be very useful even after reaching adulthood. Only when their numbers reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands can they truly live up to their ranking on the list of rare insects. Just the thought of countless insects covering the sky, flying, and attacking endlessly made Han Li shiver with fear. Therefore, what needs to be done now is to quickly mature these golden devouring insects, and then let them produce offspring as soon as possible, so that their numbers can increase exponentially. But saying it is easy, doing it is really difficult. As an ancient insect that existed since ancient times, the golden devouring insect had long disappeared from the cultivation world. The specific methods for feeding and breeding had also been lost for countless generations. The cultivation manual for raising insects from the mystic spirit sect was only based on some ancient classics, and it only summarized some of the habits of these insects, without any detailed training methods. This made Han Li feel frustrated for a long time. In fact, not only the golden devouring insect ranked 12th, but almost all the top 30 rare insects on the list had disappeared from the cultivation world for many years. The cultivator from the mystic spirit sect was originally a bug enthusiast. After collecting various ancient materials and analyzing them, he included these ancient insects in the list of rare insects. Whether the rankings on this list were reliable or not, only heaven knew. Han Li was able to obtain these supposedly extinct golden devouring insects by coincidence. Because these young golden devouring insects had been in a dormant state in the depths of the earth on Zaya-Ohuan Island since ancient times for some unknown reason. According to reason, even if the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, these insects would not easily wake up. But Han Li gathered many other rare insects in the cave on Zaya-Ohuan Island, and the scent of these insects gradually spread underground, miraculously waking up the golden devouring insects driven by their instinct to feed. They were supposed to have launched an attack long ago, but due to the presence of the blood jade spider among Han Li's rare insects, they were afraid and dared not approach Han Li's cave too closely. So, while lurking underground on Zaya-Ohuan Island, they kept staring at Han Li's cave. And when Han Li went out shopping that time, he also took away the blood jade spider, giving the golden devouring insects a chance. Just as Han Li saw, these golden devouring insects ate all the rare insects he had raised and settled in the medicinal garden of the cave. As a result, Hanley caught them all when he secretly returned. Now, since Hanley didn't have the cultivation method for raising insects he used to have, he had to explore it himself. First, Hanley tried feeding various types of insect food into the insect chamber. As a result, regardless of the type of insect food, it was all devoured by the hundreds of golden devouring insects without discrimination, which made Hanley very happy. But Hanley's happiness only lasted for a few months. He found that no matter how much insect food these golden devouring insects ate, there was no sign of growth or change. This made Hanley feel depressed and had to find another way. These insects like to eat metal and spiritual energy, so Hanley tried feeding them some metal ores and low-grade spirit stones, respectively. As a result, after consuming them, these insects showed no unusual changes, once again proving to be a failure. Feeling extremely frustrated, Hanley simply threw the dead eggs of the golden-backed knife mantis that he had kept into the insect chamber. After being eaten by the golden devouring insects, the spiritual energy on these insects finally changed, and they seemed even more ferocious than before. This surprised Hanley, but also made him worry. Could it be that these golden devouring insects would only mature if they devoured other rare insects? This was difficult to handle. Apart from the 2 blood jade spiders here, where else could he find other rare insects? Helpless, Hanley bought some blood food of pigs and sheep from outside and threw it into the insect chamber. But apart from making these golden devouring insects more ferocious and irritable, it also did not promote their advancement and maturity. Helpless, Hanley finally matured enough spirit grass and began refining the spirit feeding pill. Before, he was too busy refining pills to increase his own mana and never had time to refine this pill. Now was the perfect time to give it a try. In just a few days, the first batch of spirit feeding pills was successfully refined by Hanley. Hanley immediately let the golden devouring insects and the 2 blood jade spiders eat some of them. As a result, Hanley was half pleased and half worried by the effect of the spirit feeding pill. He was pleased that this pill, which could enhance the rank of demonic beasts, was indeed effective for these rare insects. But what worried him was that the effect of feeding the spirit-feeding pill to the golden devouring insects and blood jade spiders was too different. 2 blood jade spiders took 4 or 5 pills each, and the next day their spiritual energy had increased significantly, showing extremely obvious effects. However, although the golden devouring insects that had also consumed several pills showed some effects, compared to the blood jade spiders, it was almost negligible, with only a slight increase. It was estimated that because there were too many golden devouring insects, it was impossible for a few hundred of them to have a significant improvement. And this was only a few hundred of them. Just thinking about the tens of thousands needed in the future to exert their power, Hanley immediately lost confidence in continuing to raise insects. After reaching this conclusion, Han Li lost interest in training the golden devouring insects. After feeding the remaining spirit-feeding pills to the blood jade spiders, he only threw some insect food into the chamber for the golden devouring insects every day. At this time, Han Li had been in Tianxing City for half a year. In the remaining days, he closed himself off and madly manufactured second-level puppets and various talismans. As for talismans, without reaching the nascent soul stage, he still couldn't master intermediate spells, so naturally he couldn't make intermediate talismans. After making so many talismans, the only benefit he got was that his proficiency in making primary talismans greatly increased. Even for high-level primary talismans, he had nearly a 50% success rate, saving him a lot of talisman-making materials. The main material for second-level puppets was hundreds of years-old ironwood. Han Li could mature it himself, so the cost of making a puppet was reduced by more than half. And for the souls needed to refine the puppets, fortunately, he had obtained many of them from the soul-gathering bowl before. They were all lonely souls and wild ghosts who had lost their spiritual sense early, so Han Li directly used them without hesitation. Finally, more than 200 puppets were completed. All of them were beast-shaped puppets, which made Han Li extremely satisfied. But the appearance of these puppets also meant that Han Li's pocket of spirit stones lost another portion. Because the cost of making one puppet might not be too high, but with over 200 of them, plus the materials that were scrapped due to manufacturing failures, the price was astonishing. At this time, Han Li had been closed for exactly 2 years. During these 2 years, all the spirit-feeding pills refined by Han Li were used to feed the blood jade spiders. With the powerful medicinal power, the 2 demonic beasts once again advanced, entering the ranks of top-level demonic beasts. At the same time, Ku finally managed to refine the primordial cauldron after more than 2 years, finally refining it to 7 or 8%. Although limited by not being the original owner of this magic treasure, it could finally be incorporated into his body and exert 7% of its power. Han Li had also thought about letting Ku refine his own magic treasure. But firstly, the materials for refining magic treasures were sky-high, and with the remaining spirit stones, he was afraid he couldn't even gather the most ordinary materials. Secondly, refining a magic treasure was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time within the spiritual sense. At least 30 to 50 years of hard work were required before it could become effective. Han Li didn't have so much time to waste. He urgently needed a large number of demonic beast inner cores to refine elixirs, preparing to begin the second transformation of the triple transformation profound chi. Before, whether it was training rare insects or manufacturing a large number of puppets, it was all in preparation for hunting high-level demonic beasts in the open sea. He thought that with puppets, blood jade spiders, formation tools, and Ku as the main force assisting himself, it shouldn't be difficult to hunt down 5th-level demonic beasts. With this in mind, Han Li finally left the cave on this day, taking Ku to the market in Tianxing City. Since he wanted to hunt high-level demonic beasts in the open sea, he naturally needed some information about demonic beasts and the outer star islands where the teleportation array was located. All of this should be available in the market. The market in Tianxing City was located on the first level of the Holy Mountain. Its scale was large, occupying more than half of the first level's area. Every day, numerous cultivators came here to buy and sell various magical tools and materials. In terms of scale and prosperity, it far surpassed any market Han Li had seen before. During these 2 years, Han Li had visited the market several times to replenish materials for refining puppets. Because of his generosity, he had become familiar with several shopkeepers. So after inquiring with one of the shopkeepers, Han Li obtained the information he wanted and then went to a bookstore called White Gate Pavilion with Ku. Sure enough, this bookstore stored all the information about the monsters discovered in the chaotic star sea so far, which greatly excited Han Li. He spent over 100 spirit stones to make copies of all this information. As for the information about the monster islands in the outer star seas, Han Li found it in another inconspicuous small shop. With his purpose achieved, Han Li originally intended to return to his cave immediately. But as he passed by a shop specializing in storage bags and spirit beast bags, he couldn't help but walk in. Now he had too many things to carry with him. Not to mention the 200 puppets, which occupied 3 to 4 storage bags alone, making it quite inconvenient to use. Moreover, since he planned to go out to sea to hunt and kill monsters, besides the demon cores, the rare materials on the monsters' bodies were also valuable and couldn't be abandoned. As a result, he naturally had to prepare some larger storage bags. Half an hour later, Han Li walked out of the shop feeling somewhat sore. He spent over 1,000 spirit stones to finally purchase 2 large-capacity storage bags, each with 10 times the capacity of his previous ones, which should be enough for his needs. After that, as Han Li passed by the Fingal auction house in Tianxing City, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The contents of the auction catalog, displayed in front of the auction hall, made Han Li's eyes sparkle with desire. Not only were there demon cores of rare 5th or 6th level monsters, but there were also many high-level materials for refining treasures, not to mention numerous rare items that Han Li had never even heard of. Unfortunately, although the items auctioned by this self-proclaimed #1 auction house in Tianxing City were good, they were not affordable for cultivators like Han Li, with only a few thousand spirit stones to their name. Because no matter how rare the items were, once they entered this auction house, their original prices would almost double or even triple. Even something as rare as Millennium Spirit Grass could naturally be sold at a high price in the auction house. But unfortunately, Han Li didn't want to get into trouble. Although he felt that he didn't have enough spirit stones, It wasn't to the point where he couldn't survive without them. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Looking at those sky-high auction items, Han Li felt a bit sour in his heart and simply returned to his cave. In the following month, Han Li didn't do anything else, focusing solely on studying the habits and weaknesses of monsters that appeared in the outer star seas. He also envisioned appropriate methods to deal with these monsters when encountering them. But one day, a month later, Han Li suddenly burst into laughter, dancing with joy as he held a jade slip in his hand. Then he quickly ran out of the cave and flew back to the market. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Han Li and Hu appeared in the 50th level area of Tianxing City. Ahead of them was a grand hall built of white marble, with a plaque several zhang long hanging above it, inscribed with the words Star Pavilion in gold powder. There was no one at the entrance of the hall. Han Li and Ku calmly walked in. After passing through a short corridor, a spacious hall measuring more than 20 zhang in length and width appeared in front of them. In this hall, there were 5 male and 1 female cultivator, along with a white-robed Tianxing Palace cultivator, talking about something. Behind them were several rows of equally sized transmission arrays. Each transmission array was accompanied by a small stone tablet indicating the destination of the transmission, making it clear at a glance. Han Li didn't pay much attention to those transmission arrays, but rather scanned the cultivators with his divine sense, feeling somewhat astonished. Among these 6 cultivators, 3 of them were at the foundation establishment stage, and the rest, although not at the foundation establishment stage, were at the late stage of the foundation establishment or even the middle stage of the core formation stage. As soon as Han Li and Ku walked in, these people looked at them with some surprise. The white-robed cultivator at the foundation establishment stage was fine. Although he showed a hint of doubt when he saw only Ku and Han Li, he quickly returned to normal. As for the other 5 cultivators, most of them showed a hint of joy when they saw 2 more people arrive. "Are you 2 also going to the Monster Beast Island? How about we go together and split the transmission cost evenly per person?" A charming woman in her 30s among the 5 suddenly smiled and said to the 2. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, not immediately responding, but looked at the white-robed cultivator who managed the transmission array with some confusion and asked, "Elder, is this acceptable?" Of course. The transmission array charges are not based on the number of people, but on the number of uses. It costs 700 spirit stones to transmit 1 person, and it's still 700 spirit stones to transmit multiple people. However, each time, it can only transmit up to 7 people at most. The white-robed cultivator said indifferently. After hearing this, Han Li respectfully thanked him and then turned to smile and ask, "I wonder which monster beast island you fellow cultivators plan to go to. My senior and I are determined to go to Jade Island." Jade Island. The middle-aged woman at the late stage of the foundation establishment was first stunned, then turned to look at the other cultivators behind her before immediately smiling and saying, "What a coincidence. We also plan to go to Jade Island. It's perfect to travel together." Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he sneered in his heart. What a coincidence to travel together. These people seemed indifferent to which monster island they were going to. However, since they could save many spirit stones, Han Li naturally wouldn't refuse the benefit of saving some spirit stones. He nodded in agreement. Next, Han Li paid 200 spirit stones, while the group of 5 paid 500 spirit stones, and they all stood on the transmission array labeled Jade Island. After the white-robed cultivator collected their spirit stones, he gave each of them a transmission talisman to stick on their bodies. This talisman had the same protective effect as the Great Teleportation Order, preventing accidents during long-distance teleportation. Although the transmission talisman could be used over a very long distance, it still had a certain distance limit and could only be used once. Therefore, compared to the Great Teleportation Order, it was far inferior. Nevertheless, this talisman was still a rare item, only crafted by the talisman masters of the Star Palace, and was not sold outside. Feeling a bit nervous, Han Li watched as several luminous white stones around the transmission array emitted dazzling white light. The transmission went smoothly. After the white light flashed, Han Li and the other 6 people appeared in a rudimentary stone house. Apart from an expressionless Star Palace cultivator, there was no one else in the house. This Star Palace cultivator seemed to be at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, sitting cross-legged in one corner of the stone house, meditating. Although he noticed the arrival of Han Li and the others, he gave them a cold glance, then closed his eyes and ignored them. Han Li sensed some unusual spiritual fluctuations and realized that the stone house was enveloped by some kind of array restriction. The door of the stone house was half open, and through the cracks, there were faint voices coming from outside, with occasional shadows flickering. Just as Han Li was curiously looking around, the 5 people had already walked off the transmission array on their own. Among them, an old man with a ruddy complexion suddenly turned back and said to Ku, "Fellow Taoist, are you interested in teaming up? We can split the demon cores we obtain for spirit stones evenly." This old man was one of the Foundation establishment cultivators among the 5. "No need, my senior and I have other plans. Please take care, fellow cultivators." Ku's ugly face showed no change, but he immediately refused. Seeing Ku's unwillingness to join, the old man showed a hint of disappointment and sighed before saying, "What a pity. If fellow Taoist were to join us, even capturing 6th-level monsters wouldn't be impossible. Judging by your appearances, it seems like it's your first time coming to the Monster Beast Island. Let me give you a piece of advice. Besides being cautious of high-level monsters, you should also be careful of some scoundrels and evil cultivators' sneak attacks. If possible, It's better to contact a few more fellow cultivators to act together. We are always welcome to have fellow cultivators join us." After saying this, the old man led the others out of the door. Han Li remained silent for a while, then suddenly chuckled lightly and walked out with Hu. "What is this?" Han Li looked somewhat astonished at everything outside the stone house. It seemed that it wasn't entirely wrong to call the place where Han Li was now a small street, because nearby there were not only grocery stores, artifact shops, talisman shops, but also several pawn shops, each with a lazy shopkeeper sitting there. But these shops seemed too rudimentary, either built with rough stones or pieced together with wooden strips, extremely simple and crude. Han Li even wondered if a strong wind blew by, whether these shops could still stand. Moreover, this so-called street was centered around the stone house he had just come out of. In a small area, buildings were haphazardly erected, giving an extremely disorderly and uncomfortable feeling. What puzzled Han Li even more was that apart from those shops, there wasn't a single soul in sight. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled to himself. How could he forget? This wasn't some leisurely island in the inner Star Sea. Anyone brave enough to come here wasn't just a foundation establishment cultivator. At the very least, they were mid to late foundation establishment stage cultivators. Plus, considering those scattered on other demonic beast islands, the number wouldn't be large. The cultivators on this verdant jade island must have gone out to sea to hunt and kill demonic beasts. With this in mind, Han Li raised his head and looked around. Only then did he notice that this place was backed by a small earthen hill built against it. After a brief thought, Han Li walked towards the miscellaneous shop piled with rubble. "Do you have any recent sea area maps nearby?" Han Li asked casually. He already knew that all sea area maps of demonic beast islands were constantly being updated, so naturally, he needed to buy the latest one. "We do. We have rough ones and detailed ones. Which one would you like, sir?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in the Qi refinement stage, perked up as soon as he saw Han Li and Kun approaching, immediately explaining. "The detailed one," Han Li replied without hesitation. "The detailed sea map costs 100 spirit stones." The middle-aged man said with a wide grin, stating the price boldly. 100. Han Li felt like his ears were playing tricks on him, mishearing the price. But immediately, his expression turned cold, revealing a hint of anger. Although he didn't intend to stir up trouble, he wouldn't tolerate being extorted by a low-level cultivator. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. This price wasn't set by us. It was directly set from above, and we're just following orders. Besides, when other seniors sell us the latest sea area maps, the price is also quite high." The shopkeeper saw Han Li's face darken and didn't show any fear. Instead, he began to explain his plight. "Above, which merchant alliance are you from?" Han Li's anger eased slightly, and he furrowed his brows, asking. He knew very well that the businesses that could establish themselves on demonic beast islands were definitely not small merchant associations. They might even be shops from the 4 major merchant alliances. He, sir, is indeed discerning. I'm just scraping by under the Fingal Merchant Alliance. After a slight startle, the middle-aged man smiled and replied. One of the 4 major merchant alliances, the Fingal Alliance, which operates the Fingal Auction House in Tianxing City. Exactly, sir. Upon hearing this, Han Li didn't say anything else. He simply threw out a mid-grade spirit stone. Immediately, the shopkeeper handed a jade slip to Han Li with a smile. The other shops, are they also from your Fingal Merchant Alliance? Han Li put away the jade slip, looking at the other shops, and asked without much enthusiasm. How could that be? Except for the purchasing shop on the west side, the others are opened by other merchant alliances and have nothing to do with our Fingal Alliance. After glancing at the other shops, the middle-aged man said with a hint of hostility. After hearing this, Han Li didn't say anything more. He turned around with Kun and left. As they walked a few steps away and were about to release the wind-walking boat to fly away, a green light suddenly descended from the sky, landing right in front of a purchasing shop diagonally opposite them. After the light dissipated, a burly Foundation establishment cultivator appeared. Fan, your business is here. The big man appeared and shouted loudly into the purchasing shop, then took out a storage pouch from his bosom and poured it onto the ground. After a burst of radiance, a strange fish corpse several zhang long appeared on the ground. It was called a fish only because its body was covered with green fish scales, but it had a strange head like a python, as well as a pair of huge claws on its abdomen. There was also a bloody hole on its back near the front, as if the demonic core had been removed. Oh, Senior Hao is here. This bioluminescent fish demon is really hard to kill. Only seniors like you with great abilities can kill them. A chi refinement young man quickly ran out of the purchasing shop, inspecting the demonic beast's corpse while praising, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He kept flattering as he spoke, seemingly eager to please the big man who burst into hearty laughter, appearing to be a hearty person. Suddenly, the big man turned his face towards Han Li and Kun, gave them a glance, and greeted them warmly. You two seem unfamiliar, just arrived at Verdant Jade Island. Would you be interested in hunting demonic beasts together? Seeing the big man so enthusiastic, Han Li smiled but remained silent, while Kun, under his instructions, gently shook his head in refusal. Seeing this, the big man showed a hint of regret, but still enthusiastically said, I'm Hao Yuanshan. I have some reputation here on Verdant Jade Island. If you change your mind later, you can still find me. After saying this, the big man took a bag of spirit stones from the chi refinement youth, glanced at it, then turned into a green light and flew away again. Hanley stood still, silent. Based on the enthusiastic welcome from the red-faced old man and the big man surnamed Hao, it was clear that there weren't many Foundation establishment cultivators coming to Verdant Jade Island, and they had formed their own small groups. It seemed just like what he had learned from the information. Even Foundation establishment cultivators had to travel in groups for safety when hunting and killing demonic beasts in the outer star seas. If he didn't have his own plan, he might have accepted an invitation from one of them. As Hanley thought about this, he and Kun boarded the wind-walking boat again and flew in another direction, heading out of the island. On the flying artifact, Hanley carefully examined the sea area map jade slip he had just bought before putting it away. Verdant Jade Island wasn't large, and in just a short while, the wind-walking boat had reached the edge of the island. Standing at the edge of the wind-walking boat, Hanley looked around, and after a moment of contemplation, he adjusted his direction and wanted to fly towards the deep sea. Hanley didn't dare to fly too low above the sea surface, because some high-level demonic beasts, even if they lurked at the bottom of the sea, could still suck up all the creatures passing overhead through hundreds of feet of seawater. If a cultivator alarmed them, they would still face the danger of being killed. Hanley was naturally extremely cautious. However, flying too high in the outer star seas was also not safe, as there were flocks of demonic bird-type beasts circling in the sky. If they were targeted by them, it would also be extremely dangerous. Of course, this wasn't an absolute rule. After all, the situation varied in each sea area, and there was no absolute safety. Every year, many cultivators were teleported to various demonic beast islands, dreaming of killing demonic beasts and obtaining their cores. However, many of them never returned after leaving the islands. There were also cases of Foundation establishment cultivators being unable to kill demonic beasts, but instead being eaten by higher-level demonic beasts, which happened from time to time. It could be seen that while hunting demonic beasts in the outer star seas offered tempting benefits, it also meant high risks. Therefore, the cultivators who came out to hunt and kill demonic beasts usually formed fixed groups with acquaintances and traveled together. In this way, it was much safer. However, gathering a large number of people to hunt demonic beasts was also taboo. Because in the past, there had been incidents of integrating all the cultivators on a demonic beast island to collectively hunt demonic beasts. As a result, these cultivators only enjoyed a brief period of success before attracting the siege of several 7th grade or higher deep-sea demonic beasts and a large group of other demonic beasts. Not only did these cultivators suffer heavy casualties, but even the demonic beast island was completely destroyed by these demonic beasts. After such incidents occurred 2 more times, no one dared to gather too many cultivators for action at once, and at most, there were only small groups of a few or a dozen people. This also led to the situation where there were numerous small groups on each demonic beast island, and high-level solo cultivators were highly sought after. Based on the information obtained, after flying out of Verdant Jade Island, Hanley immediately became serious. He not only released his powerful divine sense, covering an area of dozens of Zhang around him, but also fully activated the wind-walking boat, turning into a white light and flying through the air at an extremely fast speed. Every few hours of flight, Han Li would stop to identify his direction, fearing that he would fly in the wrong direction and not find the place he wanted to go. Well, it turned out that Han Li's luck was pretty good. Along the way, except for seeing a fifth-grade demonic beast playing on the sea surface from afar, Han Li only made a detour and didn't encounter any trouble. After flying like this for 3 days, he finally saw a small island with a fiery red color. When he flew closer to take a look, he could see that this island was actually made up of numerous coral formations piled up. Under the sunlight, it gleamed brightly, exceptionally beautiful. Han Li stopped in midair above the island, his face showing a joyful expression. Red Coral Island. This is the nearest coral island. Let's try here. Han Li muttered to himself while standing on the wind-walking boat. Then, he drove the magical tool to swiftly circle around the island and hovered in the air for a while. After confirming that there were no other cultivators or demonic beasts near the coral island, Han Li and Kun slowly landed on the island. The island was not large, with an irregular circular structure formed by numerous coral reefs of various sizes, pieced together in strings. Han Li stood on the smooth ground, rubbed the dark red sand-like powder under his feet with his boots, and carefully surveyed the terrain of the island. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a pensive look. Suddenly, Han Li ordered Kun to be vigilant nearby, while he began to walk around the island. With Kun on guard duty, Han Li spent the next 2 days wandering around the island. He patrolled every section of the entire coral island, and even in the end, he dove into the seabed in the middle of the circular island, not resurfacing for half a day. By the 3rd day, Han Li finally stopped, having made up his mind. He ordered Kun to set up 3 large arrays: Reverse 5 Elements Array, Heavenly Gale Frenzy Array, and Illusionary Heavenly Net Array in selected locations that blocked the 3 necessary paths leading to the center of Red Coral Island. Then, in the center of the circular island of Red Coral Island, Han Li used up all the remaining array tools from his storage and laid out several small arrays, completely sealing off the surroundings. With this, it could be considered a watertight dragnet. After completing all this, Han Li carefully checked again to ensure that there were no omissions before taking out a jade box from his bosom. After stroking the surface of the jade box with one hand for a while, Han Li revealed a mysterious smile and gently opened the lid of the box. Inside was a stalk of rainbow skirt grass about a foot tall. All the leaves of this grass were curled into cylindrical shapes, looking somewhat peculiar. But what was even more astonishing was that its entire body was misty white, emitting a faint rainbow light, appearing extremely dazzling. It seemed somewhat like an immortal's possession. This was Han Li's greatest trump card for this trip, the rainbow skirt grass. In fact, although this grass couldn't be considered common, it wasn't extremely rare either. It could be found on coral reefs in the outer star seas. However, if planted in ordinary soil without a colorful environment, it would wither and die within a day or two, which was quite interesting. Most importantly, its medicinal effect wasn't particularly important to cultivators, completely different from its attractive appearance. It was only used as a medicinal herb for refining some low-level pills and wouldn't attract much attention from cultivators. But the other extremely bizarre name of the rainbow skirt grass, enticement grass, had caused quite a stir in the cultivation world of the outer star seas. At that time, it was discovered by a certain cultivator by accident. Although this extremely beautiful herb had 13 cylindrical curled leaves when it first appeared, every 100 years, one of the leaves would gradually unfold over a period of 6 to 7 days, emitting a strange smell at the same time. This smell had no effect on cultivators, but for most of the beasts in the sea, it was incredibly tempting. As long as they caught wind of this smell, most beasts within a certain range would be drawn to it and immediately rush over to devour it eagerly. Moreover, the longer the rainbow skirt grass had grown, the larger the area it could affect when unfolding its leaves, and the greater the temptation to higher-level beasts. It was said that a nascent soul realm expert once stumbled upon a rainbow skirt grass over 1,000 years old deep in the outer star seas, just as it was starting to unfold its 11th leaf. As a result, this expert witnessed dozens of 6th or 7th grade beasts rushing toward him at once, terrifying him so much that he had to flee. After this discovery became public in the cultivation world, many cultivators had the idea of using this grass to lure beasts in order to exterminate them and obtain their cores. Because for high-level cultivators who came to the outer star seas to hunt and kill beasts, the most troublesome thing was often wandering for months on the sea without encountering a single beast. For most cultivators, a 5th grade beast was the best target, risking the danger of casualties for 6th or 7th grade beasts. As for beasts of 8th grade or higher, unless they were monstrous nascent soul stage existences, cultivators of other realms would flee at the sight of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hunting beasts but feeding them. Although there were indeed many beasts in the outer star seas, as long as they didn't surface, lurking in the deep sea, they were extremely difficult to find. If it weren't for high-level cultivators being able to travel tens of thousands of miles a day with their magical tools, and having the supernatural ability to search the sea surface and seabed with their divine senses, it would be perfectly normal to roam the outer star seas for half a year or even a whole year without encountering a single beast. After all, aside from the vastness of the outer star seas, most beasts also had their unique hiding methods, making them extremely easy to overlook even with divine sense searching. Now, the miraculous effect of the rainbow skirt grass in luring beasts naturally caused a stir in the cultivation world at that time. For a time, rainbow skirt grass that had been aged for hundreds or even thousands of years became extremely precious. But soon, these people discovered that their idea was nothing but wishful thinking. Firstly, they had no way to accurately grasp the exact time when the rainbow skirt grass would unfold its leaves. Although it was said to unfold a leaf every 100 years, it was quite normal to have a margin of error of 2 or 3 years. These cultivators going out to sea couldn't effectively utilize this time. Secondly, they also discovered with frustration that once these rainbow skirt grasses were planted, they couldn't be pulled out before 100 years, or else they would lose the effect of unfolding leaves and emitting fragrance. With this, their idea of transplanting rainbow skirt grass that was about to unfold its leaves to the outer star seas was shattered. As a result, the name enticement grass was soon abandoned by cultivators, and it reverted to being called rainbow skirt grass. When Han Li read about this in a jade slip, it was recorded as a joke. He was immediately inspired and thought of the miraculous effect that would occur when the magical bottle was cleverly combined with this herb. He immediately purchased a batch of rainbow skirt grass from the market and conducted experiments in his own cave abode. Sure enough, after dripping the green liquid on it, the rainbow skirt grass would unfold a leaf within 1 or 2 days at least, or 4 or 5 days at most. During the unfolding process, it would emit a strange fragrance, which wasn't exactly pleasant but also not repugnant, leaving a deep impression on people. Han Li, filled with surprise, then cautiously observed 2 blood jade spiders in the medicinal garden. As a result, these 2 spirit beasts immediately became extremely excited and eagerly devoured several rainbow skirt grasses, emitting the strange fragrance without hesitation. After the fragrance disappeared, these 2 white spiders immediately returned to their normal state. With a mixture of surprise and concern, Han Li observed these blood jade spiders for more than 10 days, but nothing abnormal happened, finally putting his mind at ease. With this trump card in hand, he was full of confidence in his journey to hunt beasts and obtain cores. After making preparations again, Han Li not only brought a large number of rainbow skirt grass seedlings and bottles, but also specially selected numerous areas in the Kanju Island sea area of the Coral Islands and transported them over. After all, only in places with numerous corals could rainbow skirt grass survive. Now, having set up a watertight dragnet on this red coral island, Han Li was waiting for the rainbow skirt grass to mature, luring the beasts to come automatically. Han Li found a solitary coral reef in the center of the circular coral island and transplanted the rainbow skirt grass seedlings from the jade box there. Although he knew that the longer the rainbow skirt grass had grown, the wider the range it could affect when unfolding its leaves, he started with rainbow skirt grass that had grown for 100 years just to be safe. Han Li took out a small bottle from his body, carefully dripping a drop of green liquid onto the rainbow skirt grass. Then he began to meditate nearby on the coral island, while Kun had long since returned to his side, both quietly conserving their energy. When the third day arrived, the rainbow skirt grass finally showed signs of unfolding its leaves under Han Li's watchful gaze and emitted a strange fragrance. Without a word, Han Li's hand suddenly flashed with light, and several brightly colored flags appeared around him, neatly inserted into the ground in front of him. After observing these flags for a while with an unchanged expression, Han Li closed his eyes again. He had already made up his mind that if several days passed without any beasts appearing, he would drip another drop of green liquid to expand the range of the rainbow skirt's allure. With this, he could always lure beasts to come to him. Han Li's worries were obviously unnecessary. Just half an hour later, he felt two powerful spiritual fluctuations rapidly approaching Red Coral Island from the east and west, causing his expression to change slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at the row of flags in front of him, lips tightly pressed together. Although everything had been arranged properly, facing two high-level demons at once still made his heart involuntarily tense. Suddenly, the purple-blue flag in front of him emitted a brilliant light, followed by a slight tremor. Han Li's expression became solemn, but he didn't immediately take any action, just quietly observed. He knew that even though fifth-level demons had some level of intelligence, they wouldn't be able to break free from the 5 elements reversal array in a short time. Despite being comparable to early Foundation establishment cultivators in Cultivation base, they were often not evenly matched in actual combat. These demons were disadvantaged by their low intelligence and limited spells, making them easy targets for cultivators of the same level. Thus, they couldn't break out of such a sophisticated array in a short time. Therefore, Han Li could calmly wait until the other demon was also trapped in the array before taking action. Just as he was anxiously pondering, the yellow flag in front of him also emitted a dazzling light and emitted a low buzzing sound. Immediately, Han Li's solemn face revealed a hint of joy. Then, he pinched a magic seal, sealing off the aura of the nearby Nai Chang grass with the surrounding illusion formation restrictions. Otherwise, if 1 or 2 more demons were attracted, he wouldn't be able to handle them. After doing this, Han Li reached out and lightly grabbed 2 unusual flags that automatically flew into his hands from the void, then softly uttered the word go. Suddenly, Kun opened his mouth, spewing out a yellow light, and then the yellow light burst out, turning Han Li into a yellow rainbow soaring into the sky. A moment later, Han Li appeared above the illusory sky array at the westernmost end. He saw the yellow-green colored clouds rolling inside the array, emitting a booming sound like a bull's roar. Han Li released the divine wind boat and flew away alone. Then he pulled out the yellow flag from his waist and gently shook it in his hand. A yellow light shot out from the flagpole and hit the colored clouds in the array, revealing a trapped demon inside. This demon was about 2 to 3 zhang long, completely round with a fiery red thorn all over its body, resembling a giant sea urchin at first glance. However, Its round body was covered with dozens of small green eyes. These eyes were extremely cold, continuously shooting out red light, constantly attacking the restrictions of the array. The bull-like roar came from its fat abdomen, seemingly in a violent and irritable state. Thousand-eyed demon. Seeing the appearance of the demon clearly, Han Li immediately recognized its origin, feeling somewhat excited. This was one of the most common fifth-level demons in the chaotic star sea, just right for him to practice his skills. He couldn't afford to delay too long. This wasn't the 5 elements reversal array and couldn't withstand the repeated turmoil of this demon. So he immediately gave an order to Kun. After receiving the order, Kun's yellow light immediately changed, suddenly transforming into a blood light soaring into the sky. Then, with both hands together, it quickly split apart, and a yellow crescent flew out from between its palms, fiercely slashing towards the demon trapped in the array. This was the chaotic Yuan bowl, refined by Kun. Although the thousand-eyed demon was trapped in the array, it seemed to realize the power of the yellow light. Instantly, all the eyes on its body stared at the direction where the chaotic Yuan bowl was flying. Dozens of red lights converged, forming a thick red light beam that directly blocked the yellow light's advance, turning it into a contest of mana under Kun's command. Seeing this scene, Han Li didn't show anger but revealed a hint of joy. He reached out and slapped a bulging storage bag at his waist, and hundreds of white lights flew out from the bag, falling around the array, revealing hideous puppet beasts one by one. These Tenjang tall puppet beasts immediately opened their mouths, various colored thorns beginning to gather in their mouths, ready to attack. At this moment, a flush of excitement rose on Han Li's face. He flipped his hand, and the set of red-line teleportation needles appeared in his palm. At the same time, hundreds of light pillars spewed out from the mouths of the puppet beasts, aggressively shooting towards the exposed body of the demon in the array. The demon seemed to realize the danger as well. It suddenly let out a sharp scream, and its entire body curled up into a huge ball covered with thorns. At the same time, the color of the light beams emitted from its eyes changed, and the red light suddenly turned into green. Instead of flying out to attack the enemy, these green lights condensed into a thick light shield around the ball of flesh. Hundreds of light pillars simultaneously hit the green light shield. Amidst the rumbling splendor, the demon's shield barely held up, but the green light on the shield flickered unsteadily, showing signs of collapse. At this time, the chaotic Yuan bowl finally shattered the red light pillars without the support of the demon's mana. Under Kun's command, it transformed into a huge disk several zhang in diameter, cooperating with the light pillar's attack, fiercely striking downward. A crisp cracking sound came, although the shield supported by the thousand-eyed demon desperately sprayed green light. It couldn't withstand the double attack of the light pillars and the chaotic Yuan bowl. It completely collapsed. Seeing this scene, Han Li, who had been waiting for a long time, didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, and more than 10 red lines flew out, shooting towards the exposed body of the demon. After a meal's time, Han Li, in the center of the array, held a green sphere the size of an egg in his hand, his face full of joy. At his feet lay the battered corpse of the demon, with a fist-sized blood hole exposed in one part of the body. "Let's go." Han Li didn't hesitate. After collecting the corpse of the thousand-eyed demon with a storage bag, he immediately flew away with the yellow rainbow transformed by Kun, heading towards another array in the deep sea of the stars. In this way, Han Li stayed on Red Coral Island for over a month. He repeatedly dripped green liquid on the Nai Chang grass, forcing it to unfold its leaves and emit its fragrance, gradually expanding its range of attracting demons. As a result, almost every 2 to 3 days, demons would be attracted. This allowed him and Kun to kill more than a dozen fifth-level demons in one breath, which made Han Li ecstatic. But when the Nai Chang grass reached 400 years old, it unexpectedly attracted a rare sixth-level demon, the Crested Dragon. This startled Han Li, who hastily suppressed the aura of the Nai Chang grass with array restrictions, causing the demon to wander nearby for a few laps before leaving in frustration. Han Li, who was quite startled, finally realized that it was best to ripen the Nai Chang grass for only 300 years. Increasing the years would attract even higher-level demons. So he quickly replaced the Nai Chang grass with a young sapling and re-ripened it. But by this time, most of the fifth-level demons near Red Coral Island had been killed by him. After waiting for 6 or 7 days without demons coming, Han Li and Kun did not linger there, but immediately collected the array and flew for several days into the depths of the Star Sea, finding another coral island to set up a similar array and continue killing demons and obtaining their demon cores. This thrilling yet tedious and dangerous life allowed Han Li to spend 5 years in the Star Sea. During this period, he killed hundreds of fifth-level demons one after another, and even some unfamiliar demons that the cultivation world had never heard of, which put Han Li in a life-threatening situation several times. If it weren't for the indomitable Kun and puppets, even with the help of the array, he would have perished in the vast sea. Moreover, after years of consumption, not only were most of the puppets worn out, leaving only about 20 to 30, but also the array instruments were mostly destroyed or incomplete due to the self-explosion of some violent demons. Even the most powerful 5 elements reversal array had to be abandoned half a year ago because it accidentally attracted a 7th-level demon. Helplessly, Han Li had to temporarily trap the demon with the array and escape with Kun. The losses during these 5 years were immense, but the gains were astonishing. In addition to obtaining hundreds of 5th-level demon cores, Han Li acquired numerous rare demon materials, even having to abandon some slightly more valuable items to lighten the burden on his storage bag. Furthermore, through the hundreds of demon battles, he honed his combat skills to a superb level and mastered many unique techniques for killing demons. Now, Han Li could face a common fifth-level demon alone, without fear. Han Li, who had always been cautious, embarked on the journey back to Red Coral Island. He was well aware that without the assistance of formations and puppets, relying solely on himself, Kun, and 2 blood jade spiders to roam the chaotic outer star sea was extremely dangerous. Even though they could easily deal with 5th-level demonic beasts, if they were targeted by 6th-level or higher demonic beasts, escaping death would be difficult. Moreover, he estimated that the demonic cores he had collected would be enough to support him in advancing to the 2nd or even 3rd level of chi condensation. Hundreds of 5th-level demonic cores were worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones each, not to mention the many extremely rare varieties among them, which were likely worth even more. Han Li wasn't greedy. Everything he did was to be able to go further on the path of cultivation. Therefore, as soon as he sensed that continuing to lure and kill demonic beasts became increasingly dangerous, he immediately decided to stop and return. By now, they had ventured deep enough into the outer star sea. If it weren't for recording the map of the sea area every time they passed a strange island, they might not even find their way back. The journey back took Han Li several months. With precious treasures in hand, he feared encountering powerful demonic beasts or legendary robbers on the way. Demonic beasts were one thing. At most, they would circle around a bit and wouldn't usually pursue relentlessly. But if they encountered malicious cultivators, they would certainly not spare them. By then, not only would the demonic cores be difficult to protect, but he would probably also lose his life. Therefore, he and Kun remained highly vigilant throughout the journey. As soon as they detected traces of other cultivators, they immediately hid or fled. In this way, they finally returned to Red Coral Island without incident, which relieved him greatly. Han Li walked into the extremely dilapidated small street. Except for the fact that 2 shopkeepers had changed faces, everything else remained the same as when he left. Ignoring the somewhat surprised looks of the crowd, he walked directly into the teleportation stone room. The cultivator from the Heavenly Star Palace inside the stone room had been replaced by a middle-aged man with a kind face. As soon as he saw Han Li and Kun walk in, he smiled and asked, "Do the 2 cultivators want to teleport?" Han Li collapsed onto the large bed in front of him and fell into a deep sleep. By now, he had returned to the 39th floor cave dwelling in the Heavenly Star City. Exhausted, he didn't care about anything else and slept deeply for several days before waking up refreshed. The trip to the outer star sea had really taken a toll on him. After waking up, Han Li walked around the cave dwelling, feeling a sense of familiarity with everything after several years of absence. But when he saw the worm chamber, he found that the gold-devouring beetles had once again transformed into a huge silver sphere, hanging upside down at the top of the chamber, entering a deep sleep. This scene made him shake his head involuntarily. Then Han Li went to the market, visited several shops, and bought a copy of various alchemy recipes in the market. Then he immediately returned to the cave dwelling and began the busy process of alchemy. For a full 2 years, Han Li used the alchemy recipes he had collected to combine the demon cores with matured spirit herbs, refining a large number of diverse types of pills. The resistance problem that had troubled him before was finally no longer an issue. During this period, he also gradually sold off various unused demon materials to some small merchants who were not usually in the heavenly Star City, exchanging them for a large number of spirit stones. He no longer had to worry about spirit stones for the time being. After completing these tasks, Han Li thoroughly sealed off the cave dwelling and began preparations for the Qi deviation period. However, when he rearranged the storage bag containing the pills and the remaining demon materials, he found himself troubled by some special items. These were the numerous Nai Chang grasses he had cultivated during his time in the chaotic outer star sea, each about several hundred years old. These items were not worth much when sold, and it would be a pity to destroy them, considering the significant amount of green liquid he had used to mature them. Furthermore, he had always been curious about why the Nai Chang grasses, when unfolding their leaves, had such a strong attraction to demonic beasts. He had been wanting to study them carefully. Han Li looked at the many Nai Chang grasses in front of him, and a strange idea rose in his mind, growing stronger and stronger, unstoppable. This surprised him. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly packed up these Nai Chang grasses again and brought them to the worm chamber where the gold-devouring beetles were kept. He casually threw a several hundred-year-old Nai Chang grass into the chamber. But the gold-devouring beetles inside, still in their dormant state, showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, Han Li chuckled self-deprecatingly a few times. But after hesitating for a moment, he still instructed Kun to move these Nai Chang grasses back to several large coral reefs in the medicine garden. Shortly after, Han Li entered the secret room and began the careful preparation for the Qi deviation period, according to the method provided by the third transformation heavy yuan technique. For safety reasons, Han Li's Qi deviation process was extremely slow. The entire process lasted for half a month, gradually reducing his cultivation to the level of early foundation establishment stage before finally ending successfully. At this point, Han Li temporarily left seclusion, consolidating his cultivation after the Qi deviation, and then taking medicine to practice the third transformation heavy yuan technique. During this period, Han Li inexplicably used the green liquid to mature a Nai Chang grass again, and threw it into the worm chamber when it emitted a strange aura. Then, standing outside the chamber, he stared at it intently through the slender, small hole for a while, feeling somewhat disappointed. Because the silver sphere condensed by the gold-devouring beetles remained motionless, seemingly no different from before. This situation surprised Han Li a bit, but it wasn't particularly strange. because the Nai Chang grass was originally not attractive to all demonic beasts. And considering the high ranking of the gold-devouring beetles, it was normal for them not to be affected by the attraction. Hanli sighed lightly and decided not to waste any more time and green liquid on this grass. Instead, he focused on refining the spiritual nourishment pill with all his strength to make the most profit from upgrading the 2 blood jade spiders. Just as he was thinking this, the silver sphere in the worm chamber suddenly cracked open. Hundreds of gold-devouring beetles with gleaming red eyes swarmed towards the Nai Chang grass emitting the strange aura, instantly devouring it completely. Then they continued to buzz and buzz, seemingly becoming a bit restless. Seeing this scene, Han Li was momentarily stunned, but soon a hint of joy appeared on his face. It seemed that this experiment could continue. Feeling in high spirits, Han Li left the worm chamber and instructed Kun to throw in another Nai Chang grass of the same kind at regular intervals. He wanted to see what effect the Nai Chang grass had on demonic beasts, resolving the doubts in his heart. Shortly after, Han Li carried all the pills into the secret room and closed the life and death door. Han Li had completely closed off his cultivation, deciding not to restore his cultivation in order to focus on cultivation and not take a single step out of the secret room. As for everything in the cave dwelling, he didn't need to worry much because the clone Kun could control it remotely. Han Li took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag, swallowed one, and then slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of dedicated cultivation. From then on, Han Li focused all his thoughts on cultivation, only contacting Kun in the secret room once a day, devoting himself entirely to qi cultivation. As time passed, Han Li naturally became single-minded in his cultivation. Whenever he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient, he casually took out a pill to consume and continued his cultivation. In this way, time flew by quickly. Year after year of monotonous cultivation passed unknowingly under Han Li's strong desire to form a pill. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the door to the secret room remained silent. 20 years passed, and the door remained tightly closed. 30 years. Time passed swiftly like a shuttle. 60 years later, on a certain day, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Han Li's cave dwelling, with silver snakes dancing wildly, and the sky suddenly changed dramatically. At the same time, the spiritual energy within a radius of over 100 miles crazily surged towards Han Li's cave dwelling, forming a visible vortex of spiritual energy. All the nearby cultivators, whether passing by or residing nearby, were shocked to see this strange phenomenon, stopping in their tracks or coming out of their cave dwellings to gaze in astonishment at the direction where the anomaly occurred. He's forming a pill. Someone is forming a pill again. Many cultivators stared blankly at this scene, murmuring to themselves. The expressions on their faces varied greatly, showing jealousy, confusion, and above all, extreme envy. At At the same time, many cultivators above the pill formation stage in the heavenly star city. Although they did not see the dramatic changes in the sky, could still sense the abnormal spiritual energy in the entire city with their powerful spiritual senses. After glancing in the direction of Han Li's cave dwelling, some remained expressionless, some were slightly excited, and some frowned. In the cave, the door of the secret room finally opened. A figure with disheveled hair and an indiscernible face slowly emerged from the secret room. At this moment, a yellow light flashed, and Kun immediately appeared beside the person with an extremely indifferent expression. He Dan formation. Finally, the golden core is complete. The person looked at everything outside the secret room, and Kun beside him suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily, faintly emitting the sound of a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl. The face revealed from the dirty hair was precisely Han Li, who had entered the secret room 60 years ago. However, at this moment, his eyes were sharp, and there was a great momentum in his every move, as if he had become a different person. After laughing heartily, Han Li looked at everything outside the secret room with a sense of unfamiliarity. 60 years of seclusion made him feel like everything that had happened before was very distant. Han Li did not stay in place for long, but followed his memory back to his bedroom. After a meal, when Han Li came out of the bedroom, he looked radiant, restoring his appearance and attire from decades ago, looking like a young man in his 20s. However, at this moment, his expression was extremely cold, calmly heading towards the insect room. The ferocious, golden beetles in the insect room were completely different from decades ago. Not only had their numbers reached a terrifying tens of thousands, but the originally silver beetle shells also had gold spots, appearing much more ferocious and fierce. Seeing this scene, Han Li did not show any surprise. As early as many years ago, he had learned about this through his avatar Kun. Now he was just witnessing the true situation with his own eyes. Thinking back, Han Li never expected that his experiment with these golden beetles using the niche grass would inadvertently solve the problem of breeding the beetles. Even after he closed up, Hun continued to feed the golden beetles with the leaves of the niche grass every month. These insects became increasingly irritable after consuming the grass. After feeding for 3 to 4 years, the golden beetles finally underwent a mutation. After consuming the niche grass once, they began to devour and kill each other. Within a few days, only a few dozen of the hundreds of golden beetles remained, but these surviving beetles were much larger and more powerful than their predecessors. Moreover, shortly after these beetles devoured each other, they began to lay eggs on their own. After laying nearly 100 eggs each, they slowly died. Han Li obtained thousands of beetle eggs in one go. These eggs hatched after only a year, and then hatched on their own. So, Kun continued to feed them with niche grass, allowing them to constantly devour each other and lay eggs. After several rounds of this, the number of golden beetles began to skyrocket. If it weren't for the limited number of niche grass leaves that could be ripened, causing the time for them to devour each other to be delayed more and more, there would probably be many more of them. What's even more surprising is that the offspring produced by these golden beetles devouring each other were stronger and more ferocious with each generation, and even the beetles' shells began to show larger and larger gold spots in addition to the pure silver color. This made him wonder if these beetles had to completely transform their shells into gold before they truly ascended. Standing outside the insect room, Han Li looked at these golden beetles for a long time without saying a word. He was very clear that this method of breeding and cultivating golden beetles was definitely not the orthodox method used by ancient beast-tamming cultivators. Because he believed that the miraculous effect of the mysterious vial's ripening was absolutely unique in this mundane world. Perhaps this method was even better than the breeding methods of the predecessors. Thinking of this, Han Li smiled faintly. He walked towards another room not far from the adjacent insect room, where 2 blood jade spiders were kept. Although, at Han Li's instructions, Kahan only used a small part of the green liquid produced in recent years to cultivate the spiritual medicine for refining the spiritual beast pills. However, after feeding the spiritual beast pills for so many years, the 2 blood jade spiders had already advanced several levels and were now peak 4th-rank demon beasts. Now they looked exactly like the white jade spiders seen in the underground cave, crystal clear and beautiful. Han Li's arrival obviously startled the 2 white spiders, who had long been mentally connected with Han Li. They immediately rushed towards the stone door, looking like they wanted to play and interact affectionately with Han Li. Han Li felt pleased and immediately opened the stone door. The 2 blood jade spiders leaped out and began to spin around Han Li, as if they wanted to play with him. After touching the backs of the 2 demon beasts for a while, marveling at their crystal-clear bodies, Han Li used a spirit beast bag to put them away, and then left the insect room. He had no intention of using those golden beetles yet. He planned to wait for these insects to hatch for several more generations and completely transform their bodies into gold before using them, considering them as his hidden trump card. Next, Han Li took a tour of various places in the cave before returning to his bedroom with great enthusiasm. Lying on the comfortable wooden bed, Han Li remembered the process of forming the core in the secret room. Speaking of which, the rapid success in forming the core this time also surprised Han Li himself. He did not complete the 3rd transformation, heavy yuan technique, entirely. He only completed the 2nd transformation in just over 30 years. Because relying solely on taking elixirs to cultivate the 3rd transformation, heavy yuan technique, progressed much faster than he had originally anticipated. He originally thought that completing all 3 transformations would be extremely difficult, or even impossible. But unexpectedly, he completed the 2nd transformation in just over 100 years, leaving him with more than enough lifespan to cultivate the third transformation. In this way, Han Li's mind became active again, and he did not dare to pin all his hopes of forming the core on the third transformation heavy yuan technique. After all, this technique was created by others, and no one else had cultivated it yet. Moreover, the technique claimed that after the third transformation, there would still be a 50% chance of forming the core, which meant that even if he completed the third transformation, there was still a chance that he would not be able to form the core. This made him worried, so he couldn't help but think of adopting more methods to increase the chance of forming the core. At this moment, he remembered what Lin's senior brother, the former young master of the 1,000 Bamboo sect, had said when he was still alive. Lin's senior brother mentioned that practicing the Great Day technique to a high level could increase the chance of forming the core. After careful consideration, he decided to start practicing the third layer of the Great Day technique. No matter if this is true or not, there shouldn't be any harm in practicing it. This was Han Li's simple idea at the time. The third layer of the Great Day technique, of course, took longer to practice than the second layer. Han Li spent more than 20 years struggling to break through the bottleneck before reluctantly mastering it. As for the fourth layer of the Great Day technique, Han Li didn't even think about practicing it. Because the time it took to practice, it was something he couldn't afford at the moment. After that, with the assistance of various spiritual medicines, Han Li began the process of forming the core for several years. To be honest, because of the extremely tragic failure in forming the core during the first transformation last time, Han Li did not have much hope for forming the core in the second transformation. He only did it with a mentality of giving it a try over a few years. Kun formed the core in 4 years, while Han Li, due to his inferior aptitude, took more than 5 years to unexpectedly complete the golden core not long ago. Even though he keenly felt the crazy influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth into his body, and his true essence madly circulating in his danshan, he still felt like he was dreaming when he condensed a thumb-sized, 4-colored bead. Is this entering the core formation stage like this? He was a bit incredulous. Han Li, who had no mental preparation, was almost on the verge of collapse again due to this huge surprise of a pie falling from the sky. Frightened, he quickly calmed down and stabilized his state of mind, avoiding causing a major blunder that would send him back to the foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, lying on the bed, Han Li couldn't help but curl his lips, containing a hint of a faint smile. With a huff, he got up and walked off the bed. Even though so much time had passed since forming the core, he still felt more and more excited in his heart and couldn't stay still. Entering the core formation stage not only meant that he was now a senior expert in the cultivation world, but also that his lifespan had reached a terrifying 500 to 600 years, allowing him to cultivate without worries in the future. Most importantly, he could finally use Dan Fire to refine his own magic weapon. Han Li already had 2 magic weapons in his hands. One was the chaotic Yuan bowl, which had already been refined by Kun. The other was the green radiant sword, which he planned to use for self-protection temporarily. And the ultimate magic weapon he wanted to refine was the cloud sword from the green cloud peak on the golden page that he had long coveted. This sword was part of a set, and once successfully refined, it would definitely be extremely powerful, enough to sweep through cultivators of the same level. Moreover, his green yuan sword technique had reached the 7th level, and he could finally use the sword shadow duplicating technique. This made him full of anticipation for the cultivation path after forming the core. What he had to do now was to quickly collect the materials for refining the cloud sword from the green cloud peak and refine this magic weapon with great power in the Dan fire and his divine sense. As Han Li pondered in his bedroom, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned and walked out. When he arrived at the closed cave door that hadn't been opened for many years, he immediately noticed 7 or 8 transmission symbols of various colors flying around in the restrictions in front of the cave like headless flies. Seeing this scene, Han Li raised his eyebrows, took out a restriction token, and uttered a retrieve command. Instantly, all these transmission symbols flew into his hand like a pardon. Han Li didn't leave, but calmly examined each of them. About half of these transmission symbols were congratulatory messages from nearby nascent soul cultivators, while the other part surprisingly consisted of solicitations from several organizations, some offering positions as honorary elders, others offering rare treasures as recruitment fees, and one even offering a pair of beautiful maids as a gift to entice him. Hearing these contents, Han Li rolled his eyes inwardly. He courteously replied to the transmission symbols from the nascent soul cultivators, while directly rejecting those from the organizations. He didn't believe that reaching nascent soul stage meant he could rest easy. It was better to take some time to consolidate his cultivation level and continue to keep a low profile. In the following days, Han Li frequently visited the nearby nascent soul cultivators' caves to seek advice on matters to pay attention to after reaching nascent soul stage. Since he was asking about nothing secretive, these cultivators were happy to chat and offer guidance. Han Li benefited a lot from this. However, these cultivators also envied Han Li for maintaining such a youthful appearance, even after reaching nascent soul stage. After all, unless one had exceptional aptitude or had used numerous spiritual medicines in cultivation like Han Li, most cultivators would be quite old by the time they reached nascent soul stage. Even though their lifespan greatly increased after reaching nascent soul stage, their appearance wouldn't revert to their youth. At most, the degree of aging would decrease significantly. Of course, some cultivation techniques had the miraculous effect of preserving youth, allowing cultivators to remain as young as teenagers even after reaching nascent soul stage. This time, Han Li didn't keep the treasure to himself. He immediately used a few youth-retaining pills from his hand to exchange for some rare items from them, much to everyone's delight. After several such exchanges, although Han Li and these people couldn't be considered good friends, they had become familiar faces to each other. Everyone addressed each other as fellow Taoists or brothers, getting along quite well. During this period, Han Li also refined the green radiance sword and searched for materials to refine magic weapons and third-tier puppets. There were plenty of materials for magic weapon refinement, and the methods varied greatly, each with its own uniqueness. Using high-quality materials and refinement methods could produce magic weapons with significantly greater power and potential compared to ordinary ones, even with the same amount of time and effort. Moreover, even if the same materials were used, the power and effects of magic weapons would differ greatly depending on the refinement methods used. Therefore, apart from common knowledge of magic weapon refinement, slightly more special refining techniques were closely guarded secrets of various sects and powers. However, having the best materials and refinement methods didn't guarantee that the resulting magic weapon would be infinitely powerful. The true power of a magic weapon mainly depended on the continuous cultivation and nourishment within the cultivator's spiritual sense. If the owner of the magic weapon neglected to spend time on it, even a rare treasure would be less powerful than an ordinary magic weapon, which was quite normal. The main material needed to refine the cloud sword from the green cloud peak was spiritual bamboo, aged thousands of years. Originally, with Han Li's vial that could ripen materials, and with a little time, obtaining ordinary bamboo was easy. However, he didn't pay attention to ordinary bamboo and instead wanted to find some legendary exotic bamboo as the main material for refining the magic weapon. However, despite waiting in Tianxing City's market for a long time, Han Li hadn't found the variety he was satisfied with. Although he felt a bit anxious, Han Li decided to temporarily put aside the matter of refining magic weapons. Fortunately, he still had the green radiance sword and several talismans for protection, so he wasn't worried for the time being. Unable to refine magic weapons, Han Li naturally turned his attention to the production of new puppets. According to the puppet scriptures, third-tier puppets' full-force attacks were equivalent to mid-level foundation establishment cultivators, and the materials for refining them became increasingly expensive. Additionally, there were several different forms of puppets. After careful consideration, Han Li chose ape-shaped puppets primarily made of wood. Although these puppets required much more aged wood and the rare Tianjing wood during refinement, since they were made of wood, Han Li could use his green liquid to give birth to them, greatly reducing the cost. However, even with this method, the cost of other auxiliary materials for refining puppets of the same tier was still exorbitant, especially now that the number of puppets he could control had increased. The total expense was naturally astonishing. Although these spirit stones didn't bankrupt Han Li, they did make him feel as poor as a pauper once he gathered the materials again. In desperation, Han Li had to release another batch of rare materials from fifth-level demons to alleviate his financial difficulties temporarily. However, Han Li didn't expect that even with utmost caution, the release of these materials would attract attention. One day, after completing a transaction with a small merchant from another place and about to return to his cave, he was stopped by a beautiful young girl on the street. "Is this Senior Han Li? My mistress invites Senior to the King He tea house not far from here for a chat. Would Senior please do us the honor? If Senior refuses, the consequences for me will be severe," the girl said pitifully. Not interested. After glancing at the girl, Han Li immediately refused without hesitation. He could see that, although this girl only had qi condensation cultivation, she seemed to practice some kind of charm technique and had carelessly used it on him, which naturally didn't earn her any favors. Upon hearing Han Li's rejection, the 16 or 17-year-old girl became somewhat panicked and hurriedly pleaded, "Senior Han, if you don't go, I'll really be in trouble, even if I beg you." Before the girl could finish speaking, Han Li turned away coldly and walked off. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he had no interest in meeting with a stranger. "Senior Han, please wait. I Miro Yin Gates Fan Jingmei pay my respects to Senior Han. I failed to discipline Lioner just now and offended Senior. I hope Senior will forgive me." Just as Han Li took a few steps away from the girl, a sweet female voice sounded from behind. He couldn't help but stop and turn around to take a look. He saw that beside the girl, a woman wearing a light veil had appeared out of nowhere. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, her skin was as fair as snow, her hair glossy black, and her eyes clear and bright like water, gazing at Han Li without blinking. "I don't know." "The lady, what's the matter? Speak quickly. I need to return to my residence for cultivation," Han Li said indifferently, with a hint of rejection in his tone. The woman who called herself Fan Jingmei was slightly taken aback by Han Li's response, but she quickly smiled and said, "Since Senior Han is so straightforward, I'll be direct. We are interested in purchasing a large quantity of rare demon beast materials that Senior recently sold. Our sect is very interested in these materials and would like to discuss it with Senior. However, it's too crowded here. Why don't Senior join me in the private room at the tea house for a chat?" Hearing her self-introduction and invitation, Han Li narrowed his eyes, stared at the woman for a while, and only after seeing her eyes revealing shyness did he reluctantly say, "All right, lead the way." Although the girl walked ahead, she couldn't help but look back and steal a glance at Han Li. This made Han Li show a somewhat amused expression, feeling a bit speechless. The tea house mentioned by the Miao Yin Gate woman was not far away. After a while, Han Li followed them into a loft with a huge tea flag. There weren't many people drinking tea inside. One of the middle-aged men who was savoring tea hurriedly stood up when he saw the woman and the girl enter and came forward to say, "Master, the room has been arranged. You can go in with the guest now." "Good, you wait outside," Fan Jingmei ordered calmly. "Yes." Then, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the two women and Han Li went upstairs and entered an elegant single room. In the room, there was already an old man in gray clothes leisurely brewing a pot of hot tea. Despite seeing Han Li and the others come in, he didn't even blink. "Zhao Elder, sorry to keep you waiting for so long. This is Senior Han, the owner of the batch of demon beast materials." The woman from Miao Yin Gate respectfully said to the gray-clothed old man as soon as she entered the room. "Oh, Senior Han, please have a seat. I just brewed a pot of ice cloud spirit tea by myself. Would you like to taste it?" The gray-clothed old man lifted his head to glance at Han Li and said calmly. Han Li furrowed his brows. There was nothing particularly unusual about the old man's appearance, except for his unusually red cheeks, which seemed abnormal, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. His spiritual sense was much stronger than that of cultivators at the same level, and he instantly saw that the old man was also a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. Therefore, he didn't refuse and directly sat down opposite the old man. However, he discreetly glanced at the cup of fragrant tea the old man had just poured out and didn't reach out to take it. Although the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards him, out of his usual caution, he wouldn't drink anything in a strange place. Seeing Han Li's cautious demeanor, the old man didn't show any displeasure. He just smiled faintly, poured himself a small cup of tea, and began to drink it. It seemed that at that moment, Han Li and the others were temporarily forgotten. "Senior Han, this time on behalf of Miao Yin Gate, I want to buy all the remaining demon beast materials from Senior. As for the price, it's negotiable." As soon as Fan Jingmei sat down, she gently spoke to Han Li with elegant grace. "I did have some demon beast materials before, but the last batch has just been sold. I'm afraid it would disappoint your sect." Han Li didn't intend to admit easily that he still had many rare materials. He calmly tried to block the woman's words. Upon hearing Han Li's refusal, Mrs. Fan smiled charmingly and said in a gentle voice, "Senior Han, you're being a bit deceitful. Although our sect doesn't know how much demon beast materials you still have, there must be quite a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so cautious, only selling them to small merchants from outside and selling a little at a time to different buyers each time. If it weren't for our coincidental gathering of related materials in Tianxing City, we probably wouldn't have discovered anything unusual. Senior must be afraid of revealing wealth. If that's the case, Senior can dispel this worry. Although our sect is not a major force, we have a good reputation in the chaotic Star Sea. Senior can sell all these materials to me, saving us the trouble of collecting them from other small merchants again." The woman spoke a lot of words with an extremely elegant and dignified manner, but Han Li's eyes flashed with coldness, showing a hint of anger. It wasn't pleasant to be investigated secretly without prior knowledge. Perhaps sensing Han Li's annoyance, Mrs. Fan suddenly changed the subject and began to explain to Han Li. "Senior Han, Please don't blame me for my rash behavior before. It's just that I had to mobilize most of our forces in Tianxing City due to the urgency of the situation, so I had to investigate Senior's whereabouts. I hope Senior can help me this time." As she spoke, the woman placed herself in a disadvantaged position, with a hint of pleading in her words and eyes. After hearing these words, Han Li's anger gradually subsided. He didn't say anything immediately, but tapped his index finger lightly on the table in front of him, his face expressionless. In fact, at this moment, Han Li's mind was racing, analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Although he didn't know why this woman or Miao Yin Gate urgently needed a large quantity of demon beast materials, they had obviously concluded that he had what they wanted, and denying it would probably be useless, possibly even creating unnecessary enmity. He had never heard of Miao Yin Gate before. However, from the perspective of this Zhao elder, their strength should not be underestimated. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason. Moreover, he had too many demon beast materials on hand, and continuing to release them little by little would eventually be discovered by others. It might be better to take advantage of this opportunity and dispose of them cleanly. Besides, this was Tianxing City, where fighting among cultivators was strictly prohibited. He wasn't afraid of any tricks during the transaction. Thinking of this, Han Li remained silent for a moment before calmly saying, "Since Madam has brought the matter to this point, I won't hide it anymore. I do have some demon beast materials in my hands that Madam is interested in, but I don't know if I have enough for Madam's needs." Upon hearing Han Li's admission, the woman and the girl behind her both showed joy, and even the old man who had been drinking tea with an aloof air glanced at Han Li with relief. "I don't know how much Senior has. I'll take as much as Senior has," Mrs. Fan asked eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. Han Li smiled faintly and casually mentioned a staggering number, which surprised the woman. Although she knew that Han Li had quite a few materials on hand, she didn't expect it to be so much. At this moment, she felt relieved that her mission could finally be completed. "I'll take all these materials. Senior, when will you have time? Shall we make the transaction today?" Mrs. Fan asked eagerly, her voice trembling slightly, as if afraid that Han Li would change his mind. Han Li was surprised by the woman's eagerness, but he also wanted to get rid of these things sooner rather than later to avoid trouble. After a moment of consideration, he said calmly, "Sure, let's make the transaction here. Madam, prepare the spirit stones. I'll go get the items." Han Li's decisive attitude was exactly what the woman wanted. She nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with excitement. Han Li stood up calmly, bid farewell, and then strode out of the room. After Han Li's figure disappeared from the doorway for a moment, the excitement in Mrs. Fan's eyes gradually faded. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her head and asked the old man beside her, "Zhao Elder, how strong is this person? I heard that he has only recently reached the nascent soul stage and probably hasn't had time to refine any magic treasures." If he suddenly attacks during the transaction, can you subdue him instantly? If so, we can save a huge amount of spirit stones. When the woman said this, her elegant demeanor suddenly changed, and her expression became somewhat sinister, sending shivers down one's spine. No, although this person has only recently reached the nascent soul stage, his cultivation technique is extraordinary. Not only is his mana extremely pure, but there is also a hint of precious aura leaking from his body. Either he has already refined a magic treasure to conceal it, or he possesses another person's magic treasure. We must not underestimate him. Zhao Elder shook his head lightly and objected. In that case, this person should be quite powerful. How about this? In half a month, we'll drag him into the water together. If things go smoothly, we can sell him a favor and win him over. If not, we can use him as a pawn. The woman's eyes flickered with a mysterious light as she spoke slowly. That's a good plan, but from what I've seen of this person's words and actions, although he seems young, he handles himself very calmly, and he's not that easy to manipulate. Are you sure? Do you want to seduce him? The old man said, his expression turning sour. The woman glanced at the old man and suddenly chuckled, her eyes full of charm. Ha ha, Elder Zhao, are you jealous? Rest assured, except for you, there won't be a second man that I'll let touch me. Then she pulled down the veil on her face, revealing an enchanting face that could captivate anyone. The old man, who originally had a somewhat sickly appearance, couldn't help but stare blankly at the woman's true face, his cheeks becoming even redder. Seeing this scene, the woman felt extremely satisfied. Elder Zhao, you were seriously injured last time because you protected me. I have always remembered that. After saying this, she twisted her graceful body and slid into the old man's arms about 10 meters away, her delicate jade hands touching his chest. At this moment, the woman's face was full of spring, her big watery eyes seeming as if they were about to drip with water, like a charming demon tempting someone to their doom. The old man's breathing became rapid as the woman's jade hands climbed up his chest. This scene made the girl who had been standing behind the woman, blushing and biting her lips, lower her head even further. Lioner, you go out for a while. When that person comes, come in and inform us. The woman said in a low voice that sounded like a moan. Yes. The girl hurriedly agreed, and then backed out. But before she gently closed the door, she vaguely heard. This girl has become more and more charming over the past 2 years. How about I take her for a couple of days to train her? Why let others reap the benefits? Get real. Lion is useful to me. You can't touch her, or else. After hearing the playful banter between the man and woman inside the room, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and left the room slowly.